the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Last night, Republicans in the House passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the most significant piece of legislation in years. There were a lot of good faith negotiations in the Republican conference leading up to the final passage, but as always, President Trump came in at the end to bring all sides together and get this deal done. This One Big Beautiful Bill will implement President Trump's Make America Great Again agenda by delivering the largest tax cut in American history for middle-class families, the working class, and small businesses.
So, a beautiful big bill, the mainstream media really doing some acrobatics to try to not call it that, even though it's actually called that. So we're having some fun with that one.
Maisie couldn't believe me when I said that yesterday. She's like, really? It's called the Big Beautiful? I'm like, yes, they've been calling it. Yeah. Press releases and all.
And so somebody who was right there in the thick of it, witnessing everything. I love to take you beyond the headlines and behind the scenes. And so we have our own Pennsylvania Congressman Ryan McKenzie hailing this as a huge accomplishment as well. Tax relief, what it means for border security, what it means for working families. And Congressman Ryan McKenzie joins us now, representing, of course, the greater Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania's 7th Congressional District, voting to pass this comprehensive budget reconciliation bill, as you're writing today and as you put out there. Good morning, Congressman. Congratulations.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back, and happy to be here as we discuss a lot of these big wins that we're getting passed through the House that are going to help the American people.
And so as we go through it, I did want to go through the pros, if you will, and then in the headlines where it's being criticized. But number one is tax relief for families and seniors. Can you take us through what that means for American families, not just here in Pennsylvania, but across the nation?
Well, I mean, it's huge. For a lot of people, you would have seen your taxes have a massive spike because a lot of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that were individual tax rates were set to expire, and that could have meant that an average family would have been seeing a tax increase of anywhere from $1,300 to $2,400. And it would have been very difficult for people to make ends meet. And so we were able to extend those tax rates, keep them where they were. But then we also offered a lot of new benefits for working families and seniors. So seniors, making under $75,000, they're going to get a $4,000 tax deduction. For a lot of people, that will effectively eliminate their taxes on Social Security. You're going to see the child tax credit, something that I've been a big advocate for, touting that is going to be actually increased by $500. So again, anybody that has a child out there, $500 tax credit increase for the child tax credit. And, we're also making the regular $2,000. That's on top of the additional $2,000 tax credit that was already in place. So it's now going to be $2,500 for each child. So these are tangible wins that are going to help put more money back in people's pockets. There are all the other things that we've talked about and people have heard about taxes on tips coming down, eliminating interest on certain car loans, if they're made in America. So lots of smaller wins that are going to add up. And cumulatively, though, this is a big tax break for millions and millions of Americans, really beneficial at a time when, again, we still know that people are struggling with high prices because of Biden inflation for the last 4 years. So this is actually going to provide some relief if we can get this through the Senate and to the president's desk.
And so what else is in here as far as I want to go through a few things? Small business owners. I mean, as you well know, across the nation, I'm reporting live from Philadelphia, Odyssey World Headquarters, where so many of, especially our small businesses in Philadelphia and beyond, have suffered. Those who survive, though, there's some help that's here that I see. So can you take us through that, Congressman?
Yeah, well, again, this is something that a lot of this was in effect in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. And if we weren't able to actually get this bill done, which renews a lot of those tax breaks, small businesses would have seen their taxes spike as well. And so it just really levels the playing field for small businesses. Regardless of how you're structured, now you're going to be able to see the same tax breaks that some other businesses had been seeing or would have seen. So this is really, again, when I get out there, you talk to all your local business communities, the Chamber of Commerce, the Federation of Small Businesses, all these groups have been advocating it. They've been pushing for it. Everybody that pays attention to tax policy and has anybody's interest, whether it's small businesses, individuals, seniors, they've all been touting this as a big win, and they're right. I mean, this is pretty significant stuff here that is really going to help a lot of people who are struggling, and those small businesses, medium-sized businesses that are trying to grow. This is going to allow them to have more money so that they can invest in their business, grow their business, ultimately hire more people. And what I think you're going to see is this economy is going to take off. As soon as we get this signed into law and it's finalized, it takes away a lot of uncertainty for businesses. And what that means is, if you remember back to the first Trump administration, pre-COVID, the economy was rocking and rolling. Every single category of individuals and businesses, no matter how you looked at it, they were doing great, and they had more money in their pockets. Businesses were growing. Unemployment was down significantly. If we can lock these things in by getting it and signed into law, you're going to see the economy take off again. So this is step one, getting it through the House. Now the Senate's got to do their work. And then ultimately it'll go to the president, and I know the president's excited to sign this. But let me tell you one thing before there are so many other highlights that I want to talk about in this bill. But one thing, a lot of credit goes to Speaker Mike Johnson. And the reason I say that is, he's gotten a couple other significant pieces of legislation done this session. But when he told people that he was going to have this passed through the House by Memorial Day, people literally laughed. They said, that's not going to happen. That's impossible. Congress can't get their act together. They don't get things done on time. Ultimately, we did it under his leadership. We were able to get it passed by Memorial Day. And now he has set in another ambitious target here of getting this done with the Senate by July 4th. I mean, you're talking 6 weeks away. So we are on another fast and furious timeline, but it is so critically important that we get this done for the American people. So I appreciate that leadership and those timelines that he's putting in place to make sure that everybody's driving towards the same goal and getting there in a timely fashion. And
so how much of a difference did it make? I mean, I know many want to give Speaker Johnson, a lot of credit for, you all were working well into the night, sometimes overnights. But President Trump, how significant was it a game changer that President Trump went in that closed-door meeting to make a personal appeal to get this done and explain how important, how critical it is for his agenda and what he feels, and I know what you feel, is the mandate of the people?
Oh, it's very significant, and let me tell you why, because the negotiations, and it's okay that negotiations go on for a long time. They go through ups and downs. There are some bumps in the road where, there are setbacks. in certain committees where maybe something doesn't happen at the right time or people vote against it. Those things happen in a legislative process. The legislative process can often be a long and drawn-out process. And so we were close to getting things finalized. And, I've seen it reported that Trump was the closer. He came in and he told some people on both sides that we're still trying to negotiate things. He said, hey, guys, we're done. Like, this is it. We got to get moving. And I think everybody, listened to that message and said, hey, where we are, they were happy with the positions that they had achieved and negotiated. And so it was ultimately time for a vote. And that's a really important message because, again, otherwise these things can drag on for a really long time if you here's the end. So we got there, and this is a team effort, though. Mm-hmm. We campaigned together, myself, Speaker Johnson, the president. We all campaigned together here in the Lehigh Valley. We told people we were going to provide tax relief if elected to office, and we had the majorities. That's what we're doing. We also talked about border security and lots of other things, and those things are included in this one big, beautiful bill as well. So a lot of things that we campaigned on, we were very transparent about. This is what we want to do if we get elected to office. Promises made, promises kept. That's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. One of the headlines and I'll call it the so-called legacy media or mainstream media, whatever you want to call it, is, and this is a legitimate concern even by, as many fiscal conservatives, right? The U.S. national debt. When you think about how that has just skyrocketed, and we all understand during the pandemic that there was a crisis, and so you look at, let's say 2020, it's $24.5 trillion, and today we are at, almost $35.5 trillion, $36-ish trillion in our national debt. That's one of the headlines. And so can you explain, Congressman, because I think what's not being looked at is the whole picture. That's what I see. When we think about even last week, Saudi Arabia, when we think in these trillions of dollars in investment, job creation, manufacturing jobs, all of that, how does that mitigate, the headlines that we're seeing now, which makes people afraid about, this is just growing the national debt. This is too much. We're spending too much. How would you explain this?
Sure. Well, I think it's a great question, and it is an important one. And you have to look at both the tax and the spend side of these equations. And so we are at the historic levels of average tax revenue as a part of GDP, historic levels in terms of revenue actually coming in. But as a percentage of GDP, they're tracking along where we have been historically since post-World War II. So the tax problem, if we extend these tax cuts like we're going to do, that keeps us right in line. That's not, out of the ordinary. The spending side is where we have the problem. During the Biden administration, they absolutely spiked spending. Every bill that you can think about during the Biden administration was related to spending. It was always more money for their Green New Deal, more money for this, more money for that, spiking the budget by trillions of dollars. And so this bill actually starts to unwind some of that. We have started to get rid of a lot of these Green New Deal tax credits that were totally wasteful, totally ineffective. A lot of that is being wound down, so that is a good thing. And so we have to keep at it. I mean, I've heard the analogy of you're trying to turn a battleship, and when it comes to government spending, that is what we're doing. So, I understand that people want to see more progress on that front, and I do as well. I think there is more work to be done, but we shouldn't walk away and say, well, it's not enough. We can't let the perfect be the obstacle to a very, very positive piece of legislation here that does start to rein in spending, makes all of these tax breaks for Americans permanent, does all the other things that we want to do, like securing the border and providing funding for our military. So, I understand that concern, and I think our conference is very well aware of that more needs to be done on that front. So we're going to have to continue to work on that. But that's going to be a long-term challenge to really unwind so much of the reckless spending that occurred during the last 4 years. And then, something that I talk about personally is another component of our federal debt has been the forever wars that have been going on around the world. And they've cost trillions of dollars in taxpayer money. Countless lives have been lost in really horrific situations. And so we do need to make sure that we get our foreign policy in line. And so I was grateful to be a part of, we had a hearing this week with Secretary Rubio, where we got to ask about foreign policy and how we're changing that towards an America First direction. He was great in his answers, really spot on with so much of what he talked about that day and about where we need to get the country going foreign policy-wise. But that's a part of this equation as well, because, and the reason I bring that up is because so often those forever wars were not even a part of the budget. They were always done in supplemental spending and these different standalone bills, where people had no concerns about deficits or debt, and they would just say, write the check and off you go, and trillions of dollars later, in certain cases, I don't know that we've made much progress or made the world safer or a better place to live. So, I think we have a lot to do in a lot of different areas, but under President Trump, our Republican leadership in the House and the Senate, you are starting to see this change. And again, this is going to be a real positive long-term for America and the American people.
And Congressman McKenzie, I know that, President Trump, and you've said we don't want to be the world's police. Speaking of that, the fact that if the Senate would pass this piece of it, because obviously it has to go through the Senate, but when you think about eliminating federal tax on tips as well as overtime pay, I know my friends and family, and I get so much reaction, just from people across the country in law enforcement, let's say nurses, all of these different emergency responders. When you think about not having to pay taxes on overtime pay, that's huge for police, and I think maybe hopefully will help in the recruitment efforts. It's kind of like a little mini raise. And also with creating the new deduction for interest on auto loans for American-made vehicles. Can you explain that piece of the deduction on interest on auto loans? So if you're just buying or leasing, or can you go retroactive? How does that work?
Yeah, so obviously most Americans do have car loans. And, just like there is a mortgage interest deduction, this would be a similar one for car loan interest. And there is a provision in there, though, about American-made. And so we're going to see some of the regulatory language to see exactly how the administration wants to implement that. But that's something they were pushing and advocating for, because it aligns with all of our interests in bringing back American manufacturing. And so, consumers are going to see that. They're going to want to start asking, where is my car made? Something that probably most of us don't even think about nowadays. But so all of a sudden that question is going to start being asked, and that's a good thing, because car manufacturing, you'll see, is one of the biggest components of when you're looking at GDP and import-export, when you're looking at those trade surpluses and deficits. Cars are one of the biggest things. It's just, as we know, it's one of the biggest items that is manufactured that people want to purchase on a regular basis. And so, again, the administration has a big focus on the auto industry, which is fantastic. We love to see that. And so they felt like this would be a great way to incentivize Americans to think about and start asking, where is this car made? And if it turns out that it's made in America, then you can eliminate the taxes on the interest for that car loan. So that's a positive thing. And again, we're gonna keep pushing. We have some work to do in the Senate to make sure that things like this stay in the bill, because we've talked about a lot of these things. The president's talked about a lot of these things, but the Senate has some different ideas. They're looking to make some tweaks and changes, but in many ways, we don't want to see these things go away or change, because they're really going to help everyday American people. And I love that example that you give about overtime helping nurses and police officers. I was out this past weekend doing a ride-along with our Bethlehem Police Department just to see and experience what they go through all the time. Their force is down. Unfortunately, they have not been able to fill a number of positions there for different reasons. Some is that it's hard to recruit people. movement against police in so many communities has hurt recruiting. And then you have sometimes, in different areas, police departments that don't want to fill the positions for different reasons. And so they said, they do end up working overtime. And so this would be money, for individuals like that, police officers that are keeping us safe because their numbers are down. This would be a direct financial reward for those folks that are keeping our community safe. And so they're going above and beyond every day, but especially when they're doing overtime. And this would be one way to make sure that they get more money back in their pockets for that kind of service to our community. So, Dawn, you should maybe take over some messaging for our Republican team, because you're spot on these things. Well,
thank you. I'm going to mention it because you had put this out a few days ago. Speaking of Bethlehem and Allentown, shout out to my friends at WFMZ TV, just one of the great local television stations that still is independently owned. But I know that there's been a lot of coverage, and you put this out there, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, about, and it's a shame, local and national Democrats, you said, giving a platform to far-left anti-police extremists. Do you want to comment on that situation, just to highlight that very unfortunate situation that we hate to see?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, so many people on the far left nowadays are openly anti-law enforcement. Yeah. And so we now have seen a track record, a pattern in the Lehigh Valley from Democrat elected officials and political activists at these Democrat-sanctioned events where they're talking about they use the F word against ICE and say F ICE. And then at the next rally, they're quoting people that are convicted cop killers and terrorists. And saying that these people are freedom fighters and quoting them from the stage. And then you have, people like my opponent for the congressional race, Lamont McClure, who refuses to fully cooperate with ICE. And what that means is potentially when he releases Tren de Aragua members or domestic abusers who are here in the country illegally, he puts them back on the street instead of fully cooperating with ICE and having a smooth handover. And then you have other people running for office. My other opponent, she'll take the stage with those people that I talked about who make these really offensive and derogatory comments against law enforcement. She'll be on a panel with them a day or two later, doesn't say a word, and, they all just want to sing Kumbaya. And you sit there and go, this is really dangerous, reckless rhetoric that we saw, starting a couple of years ago with the defund the police movement. It continues today. And we need to push back on that. We need to call it out. I'm not somebody who's out here just trying to pick fights for the heck of it, but when people are demeaning and criticizing law enforcement, that's something that I feel compelled to stand up against and push back on. And so that's what we're going to keep doing here in our local community. We're so grateful for all the work that law enforcement does to keep us safe every single day. And we need to be doing more things to actually honor them, protect them, make sure that we have them in place, financially with funding and things like that, because they go above and beyond every single day. So, again, that's just a really easy comparison for the American people and voters to see, though, between these two parties. And I'll say this, Don, about the legislation. I mean, every House Democrat voted against this bill. That means they voted for illegals having benefits that American taxpayers pay for, whether it be Medicaid or SNAP or anything like that. They voted to keep those people on the rolls. They voted against these tax breaks for seniors, working families, everybody else that we're talking about. They voted against the child tax credit staying in place and being increased. I mean, this is not a party that has our best interests at heart. The Democrats are a radical far-left fringe party nowadays, and that's where most of their elected officials come from because they're in, districts that are gerrymandered to be 80-20. So they represent the far left of their party, and it's hard to believe that, they get out there and vote in block against this. But, I mean, that's where they stand, and I'll say, so close by saying this, is that I've talked about this maybe on this show before, but it's what I call the 80-20 rule. And the Democrats constantly want to take the 20% lane. And what I mean by that is there is polling, public opinion polling, on the issues that we stand for as a Republican parties nowadays: protecting girls and women's sports, deporting violent, illegal immigrant, criminals who are here in the country. Those are 80-20 issues. And then as a subcommittee chairman on workforce protections, we held a hearing this week about independent contractors, people in the gig economy like Uber drivers, DoorDash, all of these things, Etsy, all of the things online where people are selling as, individuals and doing it independently through platforms. There has been public opinion polling that 80% of people are satisfied with those jobs. They like it because of flexible hours, or maybe it's just side income for them. Democrats had the nerve to be in that committee hearing today telling people that those jobs should go away, that they were not good jobs, that they weren't making money. And some of these people actually do the jobs and were sitting in front of us telling them how great they like their job and all this stuff. And they said, well, no, we don't think it should be that way. You shouldn't be allowed to be an independent contractor. You should be a full-time employee and get benefits and XYZ and all these other things that we think are the right way to live your life and work. Again, an 80-20 issue. And so I said in my closing remarks, I said, the Democrats, I will freely let you take that 20% lane against the American people every single day. And I'm glad that you're here to articulate your very unpopular position, because people need to hear where you stand on these things, and we just let you go. And that's it. So we're going to keep fighting for the American people. You can keep fighting for the fringe far left. And I think the big, beautiful bill was a prime example of that.
Well, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, we've been following you from the beginning, as we say, so we just thank you and wish you a blessed Memorial Day weekend to you, your wife, your beautiful family, the baby. I know you'll probably be back here with family as you.
We are already back home. We don't waste too much time getting out of Washington, D.C. We love being home, so we have a lot of events this weekend, but I wish everybody a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend, and look forward to joining you after the break, Dawn, so that we can keep talking about how we're helping the American people.
Thank you, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Really appreciate it. So he had Congressman McKenzie, by the way. I've been talking to him since when he was on the campaign trail. And I know many of you just really appreciated that he's this breath of fresh air as somebody. We've been following him. This is his first term as a member of the United States House of Representatives in the 7th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. And I'll just point you, if you're not following him already on social media, it's Ryan_McKenzie. But the thank you back and forth to President Trump for his strong endorsement. And I know that must have been just a great thing for him to have the president call him out personally, calling him an America First patriot as we look through there. And then also talking about approaching our 250th anniversary, our birthday, if you will, in America, the World Cup, other major events. So we are front and center. So we'll talk about all of it. And we have so much to go through today with what happened. And just the disgrace of some members of so-called mainstream media and the disrespect toward this administration, the disrespect to Caroline Leavitt in the White House. So we'll take you through all of that. And then, of course, what happened here last night in Philadelphia and the fate of a former Philadelphia policeman. Get your reaction. It's all right here. We'll be talking about it. Dawn Stensland. Follow me on social media if you would, at Dawn Stensland. If you're watching on YouTube, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, remember to subscribe, push the little thumbs up. Really appreciate you. And talk about Piazza, because we were talking about in the news, a lot in the news about the economy. But for summertime, taking a road trip, new wheels on the road, level up the fun this summer in that new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the great honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city or 47 highway MPG rating. That's awesome. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. Visit them. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. Okay, I have to give a shout out. If you go to Philadelphia, Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, remember, seek him out and say, hey, are you Ross? Is that awesome, Ross the boss? You got to do it just like that. Or you can browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Wow, your new furniture is stunning.
Thanks. Go to Bucks County Estate Traders.
That huge place in Hatfield?
Yup, they have thousands of pieces representing every style, from timeless antiques to chic modern designs.
It looks well made.
Everything at Bucks County Estate Traders features high-quality craftsmanship. I'm talking high-end stuff like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon.
I'm ready for new furniture.
Let's go. It's their Memorial Day sale.
Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom and save 20 to 50% store-wide. Sale ends soon. Now open extended hours and Sundays.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Former Philadelphia police officer charged in the death of Eddie Irizarry is found guilty of voluntary manslaughter. The weather forecast is looking brighter for the long Memorial Day holiday weekend. Headed to the shore today? Enjoy free tolls, free crab fries, free ice cream, and lots of other goodies.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Wouldn't it be nice if gas prices were even lower? They're the lowest in 4 years. That's one of the headlines. Celebrate. So I'll get your calls in just a minute. 855-839-1210. But I just want to give you a little, this is, on a day where we have more than 500,000 people on the roads this Memorial Day weekend. Do you know that in the South in particular, in Texas, for example, the average price of gas is anywhere between $2.66 a gallon. That's in Texas. $2.66. Fill her up, baby.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? And then, of course, Pennsylvania. I'm looking at the AAA fuel prices. So in red are the highest prices. So the national average is about 3.0 something, 04, whatever. But in Pennsylvania, on the East Coast, we have the highest gas prices, $4.88. And then you move over Illinois. What do they have in common? Pennsylvania, Illinois, and then you look to the West Coast and California. So in California, they have, I think, as of right now, officially the highest gas prices in the nation. And part of this is, here in Pennsylvania, is because we tax the heck out of it. But so if you're headed to the Jersey Shore this weekend, for example, $3.06. So, if you can hold out, and then they pump it for you, which is nice.
That is nice.
So should we get?
So you're pro pumping your own gas, or having someone pump your gas? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I love Jersey.
Yeah,
this
you like
is
that?
Dan, this is my John and Valley Forge. Hang on one second, because I want to. Dan, my theory on this is it's a male-female thing. Like my husband cannot. Larry's the same as you.
No, I like having sitting in my car and not having to worry about it. It's great. But Dom Giordano is one that's like, just get out and pump it, or freedom. Getting out and doing it. Yeah.
Nah. I would much rather have somebody else do it. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Totally.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then,
I feel validated.
Well, let's get to John in Valley Forge. Happy Friday. Hey, John.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Real quick, I'm a former Democrat, so I know how those people think. And I know, we hear this, defund the police and don't cooperate with ICE and let's free all these, illegal aliens and give them due process. And the Democrat Party is really locked into that. And we feel sorry for the police, but police unions and most police forces are unionized. You look at how they vote. It's not much different from the teachers' unions. These policemen, you're a Democrat, you vote Democrat, you're part of the problem.
Yeah, to your point, and that's just it. And you saw that with the state police and like Governor Josh Shapiro, and then with Krasner, right? Or some of them, they'll just do nothing. I think they'll just say, well, we're not this year. We're kind of busy, and we're not going to endorse anybody because I think
I can remember it was just a little while ago. Well, a couple of years back. One of the big things was a lot of municipalities wanted to move the police off of a traditional pension plan onto 401ks. And the police union, they screamed and hollered they didn't want to go on 401ks like everybody else is, and the Democrats rushed to their assistance. So hey, I'm sorry, if you're a policeman and you're a registered Democrat and you vote Democrat, then I'm sorry, cry me a river, pal.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, but you think about, that's what Congressman McKenzie just a minute ago was referring to. Democrats bringing, a cop killer, somebody who advocates cop killers on a stage. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to endorse a party that would do such a thing? I just don't get it. You're right.
Okay. Well, take care.
Thanks, John. Take it easy. Have a blessed weekend. I know we have a lot of traffic. Well, let us know if it's horrible traffic, if it's easy traffic right now. Last night I ended up working late and then had a meeting and unfortunately got stuck. It took me well over it was like an hour and a half just to get to home to Chestnut Hill in Philadelphia with the rain and with everything, accidents going on. So I know a lot of people were trying to get an early start to their weekend yesterday, but we're suspecting that it's going to be nasty travel conditions today. So we want to hear
looking okay
you.
For now, Dawn.
Okay.
76 going west. There's some stoppage, actually. 422 east, it looks like there's some stopping. 42 where you have the 295 kind of interchange there, still slow as normal. And then where 42 turns into the Black Horse Pike, you got a little bit of stoppage, but looks like the Ace Expressway is currently clear all the way down, and New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Sweet. Love to hear it. Speaking of hearing things, do we want to hear the lovely, angelic Caroline? I'm a big Caroline Leavitt fan.
Yeah, me too.
I think she is, and I think early on President Trump realized, and he said something like, "Oh, we have a Star is Born," or something to that effect. They want to hate on her. They want to interrupt her. But it never works because as she is as smart and spirited as she is beautiful. And they hate her for it, don't they? So this interaction, Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, can take us through it. But this interaction happened during one of the press briefings. And these reporters just want to, yeah, right?
they come in, Dawn, looking for a fight.
I love it.
That's what it is. And here you have Yamiche Alcindor in one corner, trying to tell Caroline that she's propagating, fake news by having this whole situation with the South African president come in. And you heard the media, we've been playing it nonstop, how they've been calling it an ambush.
Yeah.
Well, her and Yamiche got into it. Dawn, take a listen.
Yamiche, good to see you.
Hi, thanks for taking the question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that?
What's not true, Yamiche?
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that video showed the crosses that represent.
Which is what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to
Yamiche,
show?
what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated, and that's a ridiculous line of questioning.
Boom. Caroline's KO. It's a new segment. We got to start this. Caroline's KO. Boom. There it is, baby. You know, and they want to hate on her. And on top of all of it, she you know, you got to say this. She's quick and she's brilliant. She's fabulous, but she looks so good. You know what I mean? Everything is like perfect. And so they just,
Yep, they hate it.
They want to hate on her.
To see the video being referenced there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Get notified every time we're on. You can see those white crosses live now.
And I'll get into that, but here I just have to a little bit more on Caroline's KO. I just want to point this out to you. I remember interviewing Caroline on the campaign trail, and obviously, you know, she's somebody who, and look at how she handles these different nasty individuals who are biased and just ignoring the facts, ignoring even, you know, I'm glad she called out and said, hey, the Associated Press has documented this and substantiates it, you know, so, but she does it in a way that's so professional. And hi, Mish, you know what I mean? Hi. And she's like cordial and professional. So what can they do? What can they say? But she's so sharp. You know, she was born in August of 1997. So you think about
what?
August of 19.
Oh my gosh!
Where were you in 1997?
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, I was only 9 years old. But
me too.
8 years old. Yeah. But still, it just makes me feel, I mean, wow.
1997. And so this is good parenting. I want to meet her parents. Don't you?
Yeah.
This is somebody who raised their daughter right. Literally. I mean, they raised her beautifully. And so congratulations, Caroline Levitt's parents. I'm just saying. I just think about her knowledge of history. And see, you forget if you might have been born, like some of us, a few years before 1997, right? And so you think about that and think about her knowledge of history, her grasp of what's going on, and standing before a press pool that goes back, you know, generations, right? Of people born in, I don't know, people born in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and, you know, and beyond. And so she outwits all of them. And she does it so just artfully. So I just want to put that out there. Caroline's KO. We're going to start this new segment. You go. Go Caroline Levitt. KO. We love it. And KO not in a tough punch. It's kind of I will say the silk. It's a silky KO. The silky axe, if you will. All right. So what she was talking about, and there's the serious part as we think about what happened with President Trump essentially saying to the South African president, here's the bottom line on this, again, using the fact that if you want to do business with us, and we choose who we're going to do business with, and so if you want to do business with us, then you need to knock it off. You cannot have people jumping up and down by, 100,000 people jumping up and down and leadership. And maybe this president isn't part of the party with that leadership who stands on a stage, But to have 100,000 people in a huge, massive crowd like that, and to be screaming and yelling and chanting and calling for the killing of the whitey, I mean, that's basically what they're doing. It's unthinkable. And isn't that a good thing for any leader anywhere in the world to say to another leader, hey, not for nothing, but let's stop racism and race-based, killing of any sort. And what the media does not talk about, and this is also sickening, the fact that the president's argument within this is that, well, the vast majority of those killed are black. That's your defense in your country? The 27,000 plus black people in Africa have been murdered? Oh my God. That's horrifying. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we stop the killing of all these people? But the fact that you have any number that shows up, because there's such a teeny weeny percentage of actual white people still in South Africa, they represent a tiny percentage of that population. So the fact that their, murder numbers show up is significant. That's the bottom line. The fact that you have a crowd of 100,000 people saying, let's kill all the white people, whether or not they did it since that crowd met, is that a bad thing? How does anybody criticize that?
We kill their children, we kill their women, we kill their dogs, we kill their cats, we kill anything that comes before us.
So forgive me, Dan, did they say we're going to kill their cats and their dogs?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and again, I know I said this the other day, but it's so important how the media is reporting on this. The media, and I've heard local media here in Philadelphia say, oh, and there was like a cultural song that was being sung, and they're interpreting that. Did that sound like a song to you? Because that did not sound like a song that was not singing. It was a chant. And so they're not only saying...
That was a member of parliament, by the way.
Okay. So that's part of their leadership. Okay. Now, here is the South African president. He could, he knows these individuals. Maybe they're not with his party. Certainly they don't speak for him. But he knows these people. Call them up. Say, yo, no more chanting, we're going to kill the whitey or your dog or your cat. Where's the SPCA in all of this, Dan? I mean, if you're not going to stand for the white farmers, what about their farm animals and their pets? Yeah. Let's just protect their dogs and cats. Anything? It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Good for you, Caroline Leavitt, for handling that. And it is a ridiculous and shameful, disgraceful question that is being posed here. So we'll move on from there. 855-839-1210. We have a lot to get through. And I haven't even, and we'll get to that. We will get to, of course, talking about what happened. Speaking of August and summertime, we'll talk about August, the summer of 2 years ago in Philadelphia, and what happened with riots, some 50 businesses needing assistance as they were devastated by the riots that happened here, why that happened, why it was allowed to happen. And this is a disgrace in the city of Philadelphia, what's going on with the persecution of law enforcement and police officers. It must stop. It must end. So we'll talk about that and what happened last night in Philadelphia as we move forward. And we'll also have some fun. We'll talk about the penny, common sense. Do you have a penny or coin collection? Because my grandma had all these pennies. So I have her tins and I have to find these, Dan.
My grampy had an entire room.
Grampy?
My grampy is what we called him, yeah. And the walls were lined with framed coin collectors, glass frames and plastics of just coins from years past and all. And yeah, a lot of pennies and such. I don't know what happened to all that. I think my dad still has them, but yeah, might be valuable now with the penny going away, right?
Yeah, you get those from Dad.
Yeah.
You get them, make sure you have the possession.
Yeah, we're talking the old ones that had yeah.
Because some of these pennies and coins in general, it could be like winning the lottery. So we'll get into that, what's going on with the penny and what you think about that. Let's talk about home. There's no place like home. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about the Chapman family team for years now, Mike and Mark Chapman. They started their business, my goodness, 30 years ago in Chester County, and they're a great local family-run business, like-minded. They're listening right now, and so I'll give you the information where you can find them, text them, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. But if you're thinking about replacing windows, doors, and that's what I've had done with the Chapman family team, I can tell you, I can vouch for the fact there is a Chapman difference. But right now, what about siding? So this is the perfect time because the Chapman team is offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding as well as CertainTeed vinyl siding. And siding, it's not just for the beauty or the look of your home. It's actually a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding, that's your personal choice. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Like I said, 30 years, more than 30 years of experience in our community. They always do the work with such care, professionalism, and precision. But take advantage of this. Don't wait. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text them 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Friday. If you're on the road, well, you're probably smart to try to get out early. As many try to get away a little bit early, but we have all the forecasts for the weather, for the traffic forecasts, which are going to be pretty intense this afternoon, but a beautiful forecast weather-wise for the Memorial Day long weekend. As we talk about, yes, we've been talking about the big, beautiful bill passing in the House, now going to the Senate, where certainly it'll go through some alterations. We've been talking about that this morning and had a great live interview and conversation with Congressman Ryan McKenzie, locally from Pennsylvania here, talking about tax relief as well, protecting Medicaid integrity. So another headline is that they're cutting Medicaid, that Republicans pushing back on that, saying absolutely not, that is not true, that they are protecting Medicaid integrity, ending benefits, for example, for more than 1 million illegal immigrants, adding work requirements for able-bodied adults, and then tightening some eligibility rules and trying to remove the fraud from people, taking advantage of Medicaid, and that takes away from those who really need it. Medicaid spending will increase every year under this budget. So it's increasing every year. It's not being cut. So just pointing that out to you, because as I look through, social media as well as news media that's so-called, objective. Yeah. So it's House Republicans passing President Trump's one big beautiful bill and working through overnight committee meetings, last-minute huddles in Speaker Johnson's office, and even that last-minute assist from the president himself to get this thing through. But many, including Senator Rand Paul, saying just very concerned about a $36 trillion national debt. Some call it a crisis. And so we'll see how that plays as it goes to the other side in the Senate. So we have that going on. Locally, want to talk about what happened last night. And this has to do with a local policeman. Well, really two. I'll take it to two local policemen. So I'm going to compare and contrast this a little bit. So on one side, we had one police officer who came home from the hospital. So he spent weeks in the hospital. He could have been killed, but for the grace of God and his bulletproof vest. And that was Overbrook High School. A couple weeks ago, I reported to you how there was this huge fight after school, Overbrook High School, and police, 911 calls. Police are called in, extra police, because they already have police who are regularly there. These are extra police and law enforcement who are called in. And as police are trying to break up this huge brawl, we still don't know the details. What were they fighting over? Are there arrests and so on and so forth, as far as the students fighting, right? But there was one adult who I've told you has been charged, 30 years old, who was out there, decides that it's a good idea to fire his weapon into the ground as apparently he was trying to, quote unquote, break up the fight, shoots the weapon into the ground. That bullet ricochets, moving from the ground upward. And so this is why it went underneath the officer's bulletproof vest, shooting him again. Could have killed him, but for the grace of God, could have killed a student. But in this case, rushing him to the hospital, surgeries, and he's recovering at home, but a long road to recovery, I might add. You're not seeing that story much in the headlines. And so I think that's important to think about law enforcement putting their lives on the line each and every day for our protection. And in the context of that, let's talk about what happened. And we'll go to the defense attorneys if we can in a moment. But we will think about this as this is an officer at the time, 27 years young, Mark Dial. And it's a horrific situation. It's a tragic situation. It's a traffic stop. This never should have happened. But you know what never should have happened? Because I remember when my brother John and we were being taught by our mom and dad, especially dad, being taught to drive. And Dad said, I can hear it. And I taught this to my kids. I said, if you're being pulled over, this is what you do. You turn off your vehicle. You turn it off. You roll down the window. If it's dark, then put on your interior lights so they can see you. And when they approach your vehicle, you put your hands on 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. You put your hands on that steering wheel. I want to point out to you that my dad told that not just to my brother, but to me, because that's what he was taught. That's what the entire family, didn't matter whether you're female or male, you do this. You show respect. You say, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, or yes, officer. You put your hands on the wheel where they can see them. And if it's dark, you make sure they can see you and your hands. If you have any kind of a hat or a hoodie, you take that off. You make sure you show respect to that law enforcement officer. That's what you do. And so that's like the minimum, right? And then you say, oh, yes, officer, no, officer. Here's my identification. Here's my all proof of registration, insurance, da-da-da-da, right? That's not what happened here in Philadelphia 2 years ago in August. You know what happened? This was a person evading being pulled over and was leading police on this chase and knowingly and knows that these are the cops, right? And is going the wrong way on a one-way street and then can't go any further. And now the police jump out of the car and the person does not have the windows rolled down, is refusing to abide by law enforcement. And at this point, the testimony said, and this is Officer Mark Dial, perfect record as a police officer, and at that moment believed, because his partner yelled something he thought was he's got a gun. Did he say he's got a knife? He's got a gun. He fires through the window. Now the glass is shattering forward, and he fires multiple times, tragically killing this young man, the same age, 27, Eddie Irizarry. Horrible situation. Then we learn the details that the young man who's refusing to pull over for police and evading the police has all kinds of problems with mental health, I mean serious problems. There's a history of schizophrenia in the hospital. All of this going on, okay? And so it's tragic by all accounts. But of course, the DA here, it just feels like they want to persecute the officers. And so in this case, he's charged with first-degree murder. We've talked about it. That's thrown out of court by a judge. So now, let's shop around and find a judge that might not throw it out. Now it's third degree. So the trial was this week, and the jury came back with a verdict. Okay, they did not find Officer Dial guilty of any kind of murder. However, they found him guilty of voluntary manslaughter, and so he faces years behind bars. This is an officer with the best, I will argue, the best defense attorneys in the nation. This is Brian McMonagle, big name here and in the nation, as well as, and you know his name, Fortunato Perry. They spoke out for the first time because there was a gag order. Listen to them react to this verdict.
Thank you for your time. This is Brian McMonagle, counsel for former Officer Mark Dial.
Obviously, this has been a long process. Mark was charged with first-degree murder when this started, and today this jury acquitted him of third-degree murder, and we're elated about that. Obviously, we're disappointed with any conviction, but as we've said from the beginning, Mark made an honest mistake, and today this jury's verdict reflects that they believe that he made a mistake, but the mistake wasn't with malice, it wasn't with bad intentions. And we look forward to speaking on his behalf at his sentencing, in which we're going to urge this court to show great leniency, because this is a good cop in a real difficult circumstance who made an honest mistake.
Any grounds for appeal?
We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it.
So we'll continue to update you on that, but I wanted to bring you that update because it's an important one. We have a guest coming up. Around the corner, I'm just going to remind you of what happened in the days when he was wrongfully charged with first-degree murder, and then it was rightfully thrown out of court. And that was, I think, part of all a show, because they knew it was going to get thrown out. And what happened, and the dozens of businesses, some 50 businesses, how the looting and the rioting, and one of the people accused of leading the looting, and how she's living the good life now. We'll get to all of that, but coming up, we have a great interview and a great guest right around the corner. Do we want to break now to make sure that we're on time with this? So we'll get to Grover right around the corner.
We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it
today. One big, beautiful bill. What does it mean for you? Well, let's ask one of the experts as Speaker Johnson, President Trump, House Republicans take a victory lap and then head home for the big weekend and for the break with Congress. What's going to happen in the Senate, on the Senate side? Well, let's ask our friend, Grover Norquist, Institute of Politics and Public Service, and certainly the president of Americans for Tax Reform, a taxpayer advocacy group that I know you know well, that he founded back in the day at the request of one great president, Ronald Reagan. Hey, Grover.
Hey, good to be with you.
Absolutely. Good to have you here on the show. Let's get through it and get your take. Earlier, I had Congressman Ryan McKenzie from Pennsylvania, from the Lehigh Valley area, go through it. What do you see here as House Republicans are saying this is an incredible investment, praising this as something that's good for Americans? They're calling it common sense, major reforms, new investments. So what do you see here as far as when you see all the headlines, whether it's from press releases from Republicans or the Trump administration or the mainstream media? What do you see when you look at this big, beautiful bill?
Well, it's very similar to what we saw 8 years ago when this bill was passed, but only for 10 years, and it wasn't made permanent. Within a year, you had the growth, the median income family of 4 saw their income go up 6.8% the second year after this tax bill passed. Why? Because this cut tax rates for individuals, for everybody. It cut taxes across the board for businesses, which could then invest in new machinery and new plant and equipment, and wages went up as a result because people could be more productive. We saw tremendous growth. Then of course, you got hit by both COVID, which closed things down a bit, and then the inflation of Biden, which wasn't helpful. But this is even better to continue the Trump tax cuts of 7 years ago and making it permanent. Before, they lasted about 10 years, but some of those Trump tax cuts started to disappear after 5 or 6 years because in order to make them fit in the box, they couldn't stay as long as we wanted. This will make them permanent out into infinity. This is immediate expensing for whenever a business decides to expand or buy new plant and equipment, to get better computers for all the workers, to get bigger or better trucks and better plant. all of this stuff gets expensed year one, not depreciated over 10, 20, 30, 40 years, tremendously reduces the cost of investing in workers. And it also reduces marginal tax rates for everybody. It takes the per child tax credit and makes it permanently more than $2,000. It went up for $1,000 under the Democrats to $2,000 with Trump and the Republicans, and now it's actually going up to $2,500 for about 4 years. But it's permanent up to $2,000. People can plan. People can make decisions. Very, very important stuff. Also, what's going to be made permanent is expensing of new business investment, expensing for research and development, which creates new products and lets us compete better with the rest of the world, and certain interest expenses when businesses will work to expand and hire more people. So it is a very, very pro-growth package, and not just because the tax cuts are a good idea and they'll inspire people to save and invest more, but because they're permanent, people, businessmen and women, workers can make decisions about the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, not just what's happening this week.
And so what do you make of, I know that Senator Rand Paul, for example, and many are out there on the House side and the Senate side. And I know we had a clip of that actually with Senator Rand Paul, who is very popular. We like him, but he's been critical of Trump with the tariff talk, critical again because he's worried about the deficit.
The House bill is going to add about $4 trillion to the debt ceiling. The Senate bill adds $5 trillion. There's nothing fiscally conservative about expanding the debt ceiling more than we've ever done it before.
I mean, the Senate's going to want to put its own stamp on this. We'll write our own version of the bill. I talked to the president about this last night, and his instructions were pretty clear. Don't cut Medicaid.
And so obviously that was Josh Hawley as well commenting. So your reaction to that, Grover Norquist?
Well, on one of those, you have a serious conservative, Rand, who wishes we could reduce spending more and have more savings. I do too. Mm-hmm. But this is a very good bill, given how narrow the majority is in the House and how narrow the majority is in the Senate. Hawley is not someone who votes with the rest of the Republicans on conservative issues. He's been, supporting, the labor union bosses on a whole bunch of weird stuff. And now he's referring to stopping fraud in Medicaid as if it was a cut, which is left-wing rhetoric, and it's dishonest of him. And he really is undermining the president when he does that. Mm-hmm. I think he'll eventually stop. But people are tired of Hawley being this left-wing guy out of Missouri. He got elected as a conservative, and he's out there pushing for higher taxes on people and not, reducing spending, or at least, reforming spending things. So who cares what Hawley thinks? He's not even playing with the Republican Party anymore. But and it's a very Republican state, so I don't know how long he sticks around. The challenge, but Rand Paul is a serious Republican. And he's quite correct. Taxes remain too high. Spending remains too high. It took 62 years to build up all of the big government that we have and the entitlement programs. There was a 62-year period in American history from 1932, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt got elected, till 1994. The Republicans only controlled the House and the Senate twice in 62 years. How did the government get bigger and bigger and bigger? There was only one direction. Spending went up, spending went up, spending went up, taxes went up for 62 years without any check by Republicans. Sure, the president, sometimes we elected Republican presidents, they could veto bills, and the Democrats would go, fine, we'll wait until you leave, Mr. Eisenhower. Then we'll do what we want. Oh, and Mr. Nixon, you're going to be here for a while? We'll wait until you leave, and then we're going to do what we want. And Mr. Reagan, we'll wait until you leave, and then we'll do what we want. And they did. So we are just now, since the Republicans became the party that would never raise your taxes starting in 1994, and they've kept that promise, Republicans have won Congress 18 years and the Democrats only 6 years since then. So Congress is now more Republican, but with a very narrow margin. All it takes is 3 or 4 people to wander off for whatever reason, and you don't have a majority anymore. So it is going to be a lot of work. to rein in spending, but this is a very good start. It takes a lot. It reduces a lot of what was going to be tremendous spending growth and reduces it down.
And so just putting this into perspective, Grover, we have Trump just last week on that incredible trip to the Middle East and Saudi Arabia and Riyadh and announcing all of it. I mean, trillions and billions of dollars, working with different countries. And then, now he said we were going to get the big, beautiful bill done. Nobody thought that could happen. Here we are today on the Friday before Memorial Day. And at the same time, Trump is not taking a victory lap or the day off, of course. The headline now, and just this is CNBC, so Trump calls for 50% tariff on European Union starting June 1st. So what do you make of it? It's a contrast of, and it's a fast pace. But here we have Trump. He's got the House. He's going to the Senate at the same time, spinning plates, threatening these tariffs on the EU and the 25% penalties on Apple in this situation where he's saying you got to bring the business and the jobs to America. Can you give us your take as all of this is happening in real time?
Yeah, the president has said from the beginning that he wants to use the threat of tariffs to get other countries to trade more fairly with us. The European Union has been taxing American companies, particularly our high-tech companies, since they don't have any large high-tech companies. And they our friend Mr. Biden told the Europeans it was okay to loot American firms. Billions and billions of American dollars that should be in your 401k and your retirement account were given by Biden to the European governments to steal. And so he said, it's okay, we're not going to fight it. Now, we need to fight that stuff. And the president says we're going to use tariffs to do it. But just to be clear, whenever you engage in a war, there are casualties. And trade wars are not different. Tariffs are taxes, and they're not taxes on foreigners, they're taxes on Americans. If you raise the cost of Apple importing parts for their iPhones into the United States by 25%, that will be paid by Americans who buy iPhones, not by somebody else. So it's a two-edged sword. But again, the president doesn't want to do that forever. He's saying this is how we're going to get other countries to agree to make some changes. And there have been some reports that they're doing some serious negotiation. And you are beginning to see some of these non-tariff barriers go down and some of the other countries' tariffs go down. So I trust that the president's working on this day and night. And this, when he isn't, people who are working for him are. So that's a very important project line. In addition to making the tax cuts permanent, we need to get the tariffs down by negotiating better agreements internationally and then reducing the tariffs that the American consumers pay because they're expensive. It's not free.
And Grover Norquist, you're putting out there, and I saw on social media, and this is something that we talk a lot about, taxpayer-funded fill in the blank, whether it's taxpayer-funded lobbying, whether it's taxpayer-funded, these NGOs, these money laundering operations. Can you take me through when you think about DOGE and how this administration is basically like an investigative unit telling the American people in a transparent way, hey, taxpayers, this is how you're being fleeced, the fleecing of America, really, and how much of that impacts moving forward, slices away at the deficit?
Well, we saw when the administration of Biden, whoever was making the real decisions, but during his presidency, in theory, they were handing out billions of dollars in goodies, in cash, to political activists and saying, this is a green investment. They sent money to the woman who ran for governor of Georgia. It's just a political hack, not, and said, this is for you to spend, like $1 billion of taxpayer money. How many places they're hiding money? We know that they give money to all sorts of NGOs, non-government organizations, foundations, and so on. And you can park it there, and then it can be used to turn out the vote in elections or just to pay off your friends to keep them happy. And that's why when they were looking at all of this stuff and they were going after the Doge effort, and they started to look into different rooms and find out who was getting checks, and noticing that the check didn't say on it why it was being written, and there was no protection that somebody wasn't getting 3 checks instead of just 1. And the left just went nuts, complaining about you shouldn't be looking.
Yes.
Pay no attention to what you're finding. You shouldn't be looking. The payoffs on that will be long term. They don't happen today, but you're seeing contracts canceled. And when you read what the contract's for, and somebody goes, "That's not fair. You're restricting my speech." You have no right to get money taken from taxpayers to give to you to go play with. Nobody's restricting your speech. If you're at Harvard, you don't get $1 million of taxpayer money. You go write anything you want. Just don't ask us to steal money from the American people and give it to you. And there's an entire aristocracy of Versailles built up in the United States of all these people used to living off other people's money. Mm-hmm. And they are not happy when they're told this isn't going to continue.
Grover Norquist, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. President, Americans for Tax Reform. Thank you, Grover. Really appreciate it.
You got it.
Take care. So you can follow him at Grover Norquist if you don't already. And we'll talk about it, as we think about what's going on, how it's being covered, because I always like to give that media angle, how things are being interpreted. And that's really what it is. Many institutions, media institutions, corporate-owned, corporate-run, they pretend to be objective news sources, but they are filtering, they are biased in many different ways, even by omission, and it's not right. So I try to give you all the different angles, and I hope it bodes well. We'll talk more about it around the corner. There's so much going on. We got a lot of breaking news, so we'll be fast-paced. Take a quick break. Take your calls. Thanks for being here. What a crazy but fast-paced morning. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
The forecast continues to improve with pleasant conditions for the holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny, still the chance for a scattered shower in the afternoon, high around 66. Tonight, partly cloudy, cool tonight with a low of around 50. For Saturday, partly sunny and breezy, high again near 66. And nice on Sunday, sun and clouds with a high near 70.
Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice. Oh, yeah. With a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite, it's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait to try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool. Eat at Rita's.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. All month long, get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm concerned about my children, my grandchildren, and the fact that we are stealing from them. We are stealing from our children and grandchildren. $37 trillion in debt, and we're going to add to it as Republicans? That is unacceptable. And that's why there's no way I'm going to vote for this bill in its current form.
So that was Republican Senator Ron Johnson criticizing the big, beautiful bill that obviously just passed in the House. And he's feeling the pressure, and you can hear the little snippy tone. My mom's from Wisconsin, so I spent a lot of time. My grandparents were there. So, he's from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He doesn't have the real twang, like my mom had. Don't you know, Ron Johnson, gotta go along there.
Did she really have that accent?
Oh yeah, my mom did.
Oh, that's great.
And I still have relatives in Wisconsin that I like to tease. I suppose that Ron Johnson, he's sticking up for his guns. We're going bowling.
Just see the snow coming.
Yeah. So he's also he's fired up about a lot. But I understand that as fiscal conservatives, we want to balance the budget and we want to lower that deficit. I understand that. But in this one, I think, first of all, this is obviously going to morph as it heads to the Senate, and we'll see where that goes. You heard Senator Rand Paul, and he's obviously consistent over the decades, and he's somebody who I think wants to get this done. But what will this look like, and then what's on the chopping block? That's the real question as we think about somebody like Ron Johnson, a conservative Republican. And there's always infighting. I think that's a piece of, the Republican Party is actually a bigger tent. And we've grown under Trump. We have not become a smaller tent. Obviously, he grew the tent. And so now you have this discontent among those who are fighting for things that are core to what we as conservatives believe. And that is you don't want to grow this deficit. And another piece of it, and that I love what Grover said, that when somebody like Senator Josh Hawley, when somebody like that who says they're a conservative, but then they take on the points of, is this cutting Medicaid or is this doing? Well, no. As I stated, and I've consistently stated this because I'm looking at this, and it's not being that Medicaid budget, it grows every year. So these are not deep cuts, and that's a piece of what I think somebody like Ron Johnson is talking about.
I do have a response from Bessent to Ron Johnson. He was on with Bill Hemmer, who had a response, if you want that.
This is Scott Bessent.
Yep.
Listen in.
You listen to that. It's going to be a battle. How much change can the president accept on the Senate revision?
Well, I think we're going to see. The House had been working on their bill for a year, and I know the Senate, led by Leader Thune, is going to take this up immediately, and I'm not expecting that there's going to have to be that much change. And I respect Senator Johnson's position that we do have to get our finances in order, and that's a combination of controlling spending but also growing the economy. We did not get into this fiscal mess overnight. This has been a long process. We're not going to fix it overnight. I'm aligned with Senator Johnson on fixing it. I think we've just got to be careful on the timing.
You mentioned economic growth in your comment there. This bill adds trillions to our debt. How is that acceptable to this administration?
Well, again, you're referring to the CBO scoring, I believe, which is tenure scoring, and it's DC-style scoring. So we think that we can both grow the economy and control the debt. And what's important, Bill, is that the economy grows faster than the debt. So what I would tell your viewers to focus on is what I'm focused on, is what Secretary Yellen was focused on, is what is the total debt to GDP? Because we can grow our way out of this. That if we change the growth trajectory of the country, of the economy, then we will stabilize our finances and grow our way out of this.
So understand, part of what he's saying, this is a DC angle of what that outlook would be. So he's saying, what I interpret there, and I think you do too, that he's saying these are DC estimates or guesstimates. But in this 1,116 page bill that the House passed, and we told you about it yesterday, what does it mean? And that's when I say all this growth of jobs, lowering the energy costs, and all that Trump is bringing in, that's why Trump knew that last week when he went to the Middle East, and I could read you the list. I don't have time. I can put it out on social media, but the White House, whitehouse.gov, they put out a massive amount of press releases and news releases between yesterday and today. All these businesses just praising what's going on. Why? Because they're growing business. What does that mean? Job creation. It's kind of like in our own budget. If you say, all right, well, we have all this spending. Let's sit at the kitchen table and we got the mortgage and we got the car payment and, I got my little Macy's money on the side. But how are we going to grow, in other words, mitigate that by our growth? How much can we earn? How much can we bring in? And so that's what they're talking about here. So Trump is saying that he's growing this situation with trillions of dollars of investment from, let's say, just last week, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, that whole visit that he did, and so mitigating the spending. And so what I hear Bessent saying or claiming is that these numbers are a little bit inflated because they're not accounting for DOGE that's happening, the cuts that they're making as well because of fraud, abuse, waste, all that. At the same time, all this investment that's incoming, that's new money coming in. So that's what he's saying. We want to get that on the record there. But the deal also, and it's important to remember that cap on state and local tax SALT deductions from $10,000 to $40,000. That's going to be a sticking point with Republican senators. But understand that's critical because the reason they won the House the last time was because of New York. So just remember, hey guys, if you want to lose one of the chambers, then go for it. Then you stand your ground like Mr. Lil Prissy in Oshkosh, then you go for it. But understand that you lose power overall to do everything you want to do. Cut off your own nose to spite your face. So that's the bottom line on that one. All right, I do want to switch gears because we have so much to talk about that I want to get to. I didn't finish really talking about Officer Mark Dial and the woman known as Meatball. Can we pivot really quick to this, Dan? This is a horrible pivot, I realize. But we didn't get to Maha, President Trump yesterday, sitting in with that. I did talk about this a little bit, but as far as that, it's 69 pages, a new commission talking about health. I want to get to that. I'll touch on that around the corner. And then as well, the parade canceled in White Marsh, Montgomery County. It's a parade I've attended every year for, many years since my kids were little, and how they canceled the July 4th parade, and the community just really reacting rightfully to that one. But in this one, I just want to point out with what happened 2 years ago in Philadelphia with Officer Mark Dial. And remember when this woman known as Meatball, she became famous. And just remember what happened with the looting that followed. This was 2 years ago, 2 summers ago. Significant financial losses. Small businesses. Westtown Pharmacy. Remember this? Patriot Pharmacy. They had, it was just a mess. Prescriptions, stolen goods, electronics, high costs of property damage. And a lot of these businesses, they had to close. They were forced to close. So on top of it, losing all that revenue and being threatened. And as a matter of fact, you remember at the time, I reported that more than 4 dozen plus businesses were impacted by this. And then they did receive some different assistance and applied for grants and all kinds of help, rescue, emergency grants to fix the physical damage and help them recover from that. Okay. So that's the backdrop. And this woman known as Meatball, as this woman it seems like she got off really easy. Remember that? She was allegedly accused of leading the charge, if you will, and orchestrating all of this damage. I mean, millions of dollars in damage. That's what we heard. And now she has her own. She's a celebrity.
Well, it's not her own show, Dawn, but Henry opened me up to this one, and me and Maisie have been addicted, I gotta say, to this show. I don't want to admit it. It's as bad as it's worse.
Admit it.
It's just worse than Jerry Springer, and what it is.
As
Dawn,
your marketing manager, your advisor, don't admit.
No, I'm admitting I like this trash TV junk, and this is the trashiest of all trash TV because here we have a guy by the name of Drewski. Drewski is a social media guy, DJ Drewski. He's a rapper. He's been there are allegations he's tied in with the whole Diddy situation now. But about 3 months ago, Dawn, he did. Remember Flava Flav did a show called Flava of Love on VH1 where he brought in a bunch of women trying to compete for his love and for a cash monetary prize. Well, now Drewski's doing the same thing. And Dawn, Henry was kind enough to share this with me, and I didn't realize it, but YouTube.com, take a watch, take a listen.
Oh, my God.
New character for Could Have Been Love, or one of the contestants.
Damn, you ain't got no shoes on? What?
Yeah, I came barefooted just in case.
She is.
Might come to the table and try to take you from me. I don't know.
You from the trenches, ain't you?
You from the trenches, North Philly.
You stuffed up, yeah. That's sitting
Oh,
like that.
my
Thank
goodness.
you.
Yeah, that's your name.
Deja.
Deja.
They call me
Deja.
Meatball, though.
Okay, I see why. Yeah. I ain't know Meatball was that thick in real life. You know, TV add a couple pounds.
Okay, wait.
But it's almost like it did the reverse. She got waist and thigh.
Oh.
Wait, we got to just pause it. So what you're seeing is there's a red carpet. She's walking up. Now, she's not barefoot. That would be a better look. She has like white tube socks, like my kids wear for like sports practice. So she's got like white tube socks, and then she has like Daisy Duke like shorts. But they look good on Daisy Duke, but on Meatball, not, you know what I mean, not so much. But then the thing is, I don't mean to be mean here, but I thought she was pregnant. I don't mean to be mean, but
no, I don't think you're being mean because
you never ask a woman like, "Are you pregnant?"
So I'm only on episode 2, and in episode 2, she actually revealed. So what this show is, it's for a cash prize, $50,000, and a relationship with Drewski. She revealed in episode 2 that she's there just for the money. She actually has a significant other, and Drewski would be her quote side piece if she were to win the money. So I got to say, I do think she's together with someone, and I think at one point there was news that she was pregnant or had a child. Yeah.
So I don't know that. And he obviously does not know that. So he's thinking she's just has the middle, like he says, the middle, because she has her shorts, like her belly is hanging over the shorts, and then she's scrunched up the black T-shirt like way up under her bra line.
Yeah.
So that you are seeing the full view of the big meatball. Do you know what I mean? And then a purple bandana. But, and
That's sitting like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's your name.
Deja.
Deja.
They call me Meatball, though.
Okay, I see why. Yeah. I ain't know Meatball was that thick in real life. You know, TV add a couple pounds, but it's almost like it did the reverse. She got waist and thigh.
He's like, oh,
yes.
Wait, I like it.
So apparently, about a year ago, she announced that she was pregnant, but she said she's not keeping the baby because her man is cheating on her with some chick.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
What is this world?
So she did something to,
yes,
presumably. I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry to hear that.
If you are into the trash TV like I am, Could Have Been Love, available on YouTube. I think the series is entirely wrapped, and Meatball is only one of many girls. She's actually somewhat tame compared to some of the others, I gotta say.
So you see that he gives her a rose and in front of this mansion, and gives her a rose and walking up the steps and drinking a glass of wine, and and so in her meatball self, walking the red carpet, living the good life. And so, I just want you to think about this as we go toward the break. Think about this individual who had been accused, you remember, charged, and then things were dropped, and then there was a negotiation, and this individual never held accountable, according to the businesses who feel angry in the wake of the fact that they had, like I say, a lot of damages. And yet Officer Mark Dial persecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I think it's not justice, and I don't think it's fair. And one gets a celebrity status, and the other, a good cop who made, as his attorney said, a horrible, tragic mistake, could spend 20 years. That's what he's facing. You know that, right? 20 years behind bars. Is that fair? 855-839-1210. That's the number to call. We'll take a quick break. We haven't even talked about the penny, Maha. There's so much to talk about. What about your appliances? It is, this Memorial Day weekend. This is a big shopping weekend, especially if you're thinking, well, I want to store my real meatballs, the homemade meatballs in the fridge. I want to cook them up on that new stove. D&K Appliances sponsoring this segment. Thank you, D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands. I'm talking the best. Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff at D&K, they're local experts guiding you through the sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit them, D&K Appliances, Newtown Square, closer to me, Flowertown. Larry's like, you are not going into DK. I'm like, yes, I am. DKappliances.com, DKappliances.com. Thank you for sponsoring this segment.
Walter Sterling.
If, in about 6 hours, I'm supposed to go to a party or a barbecue or something horrible with other people, if my wife or my kids come to me and say, oh, well, that's been canceled, or you don't have to go, what could be a greater gift to me than that? That would be the greatest joy I could know.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So earlier today, I know that I did cover this, and I know my colleague Dom Giordano, who's up next, they'll have this because White Marsh Township, this is Montgomery County, the cancellation of their 4th of July parade. Dom's done a ton on this. They had that community meeting last night, and you'll hear from the community members outraged by can you cancel 4th of July in the parade? It's crazy. And so I hope they have a fundraiser. I mean, do a grassroots fundraiser and do a parade of your own. I guess that's the answer. Maybe that's what we're going to have to do moving forward. I want to get to some of the MAHA as we move forward because there's so much to talk about here. President Trump yesterday joining in for this huge report, 69-page report, the Commission on Make America Healthy Again. And it's important to look at this. When you think about what has happened, and this puts it in perspective, and really every level of health in America, mental health, physical health, some of these issues, and I know I've done some of this, obesity. What do you think obesity has jumped, over the past, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years? I don't think that I could have guessed this, but since at some point, let's say since Jimmy Carter was president in the 1970s, obesity rates in Americans has jumped 270%. Wow. 40% of all children in America right now, kids, have a chronic condition. And remember, I talked about Dr. Stacey Means, who wrote the great book about, the energy and meaning your body, the energy that you have good energy and what that feels like. And so one of the situations that you think about inflammation, for example, and how that causes all kinds of problems. But we have doctors who don't look at the whole person, which is nuts, quite frankly. And so these are, rebels in the health, the world of health, the way that we look at health, the way that we look at medicine. 75% of our young people cannot even enroll for military service. You know why? Because of all their medical issues. That's how unhealthy we are. It's crazy. And does our government, NIH, for example, Mr. Dr. Fauci, who's a fraud, NIH, how much of their budget do they actually dedicate to things like nutrition? Well, about 4%. 4%. Nutrition is the key to everything. Preventive medicine, right? If you're going to prevent it, that we're all going to be healthy. But they don't want to prevent it. They don't want us to eat healthy. They've been poisoning us. That's essentially what this says. Bottom line, 10% increase in the consumption of ultra-processed foods associated with a 14% increase in all-cause mortality. And these are official JAMA internal medicine studies. You know how much farmers receive? 16 cents on the dollar that is spent on food, with the remaining 84 cents that's absorbed by the manufacturers, the marketers, and the middleman distributors. Why do you think they want to cut out things like, Amish farmers that you can go and subscribe to? That's why. We'll talk more about, I know that we'll continue the conversation certainly next week, but I know that's why we're live and we're local as we talk about making America healthy again, as we talk about the cancellation of freedom parades. That's really what that is. But let's celebrate our own Dom Giordano, Chickies and Pete's, free tolls. Woohoo! We're off to the weekend.
Yes,
hey, Dom.
Dawn, little clarification. Freedom Parade, because I've been traveling here. Definition?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure what the Freedom Parade is you were referencing.
I'm sorry. Because you're just hearing the last part. What I'm talking about is 4th of July parade that celebrates our freedom in America.
Yeah.
And that was one of the community members. I know you're going to have this and you've been talking about this. Community members really angry, speaking out last night in droves, getting an apology.
Well, I was there, and it's bizarro world. They don't celebrate freedom in White Marsh, at least the police chief and the guy who apologized for half an hour before the big reveal, which wasn't a big reveal, that they don't know what they're doing. They went to a Homeland Security meeting, Dawn, and now this guy wants $200,000 and 28 access points blocked before anybody can walk in a kids' parade.
Jeez. Well, put him in a closet with a flashlight, like that old movie Blair Witch Project. I'm so afraid.
Well,
I'm afraid.
So on the even turn down, you may not know it there, but the Colonial School District, you turn off near us, Flowertown Road, and it's all blocked off. There might be one or two access there. They seemingly rejected that even. And it's the 250th anniversary next year of White Marsh. And they said maybe we might be able to do something.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, maybe those residents angry will all start a grassroots campaign to raise money and do their own parade. You know, maybe that's what we the people have to do.
And you and I can, since you're in Chesterfield and you go to it, and I'm a Big Mouth went over there, we can drive down in a car brought to you by Piazza.
Woo! Awesome. Piazza, celebrating freedom and patriotism.
I'm sure they're writing that down right now, guys. Take that. Let Dawn be in that lead car with a giant sign saying freedom.
Woo! In the Corvette. Hey, Dom, I know you're having a great day and everybody's waving to you and having some Chickies and Pete's crab fries. What a great day, and I'm so glad.
Malloy's right here in front of me.
Woo!
Guarding us right here.
Dom's show starts right now.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is still
$1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Dom time. Boy, this is busier than any time I can remember here at the Farley Plaza. Stop by. There's a farmer's market. Put $1 in the cup I have in front of me here because Ro is here shopping. Just a warning. But it's a good sign of summer Tommy McDonald's here and Pat Malloy, and somehow or another we're broadcasting outside, not inside. Inside is not good. It's very difficult. Outside, so there's a hurricane. We can deal with it. Inside is much more difficult. We're right here. Thanks, Emery. We're right here at the Faraway Plaza, and Pat Malloy will be with us in a moment. We'll talk about everything that's in the news. We got some great people coming by, though. We actually have Robin Schaefer with a microphone this year, our Protect the Coast guy, the whales, etc., on the boardwalk. It's an annual thing. Last year we started in Ocean City. What do they think of Trump 150 days or so in? And the gearing up, and I'll ask Pat Malloy, the chief of police out in Abington, about this. What do they think about the idea of what's necessary to protect Ocean City and places like that? They're apparently having tremendous amount of difficulty there. So all that unfolds here on Talk Radio 1210. Let's start, though, with last night. The decisions that came down. We have both the Mark Dial case. We have President Trump telling Harvard, no international students. How do you like that? Now, 27% of Harvard are international students. You know, one of the reasons is they pay the full rate. None of the other stuff that Harvard has to deal with, and they're happy to be here. So we have that going on. We have the Supreme Court rejecting a charter school that would be a religious school. And that's John Roberts struck again. 4-4 tie because Amy Coney Barrett recused herself, which I don't think. And as a result of that, we now have no charter school in Oklahoma. This would have been a breakthrough. We also unearthed some Howard Stern with Joe Biden in 2024. And Dan, I believe this is May of 2024. Stern actually had a suit on. He had Joe Biden in studio for an hour-long interview. Even for Stern, it was one of the most shameful and pathetic moments in American media. Here is a little bit, cut 15, Dan, of Stern and Joe Biden.
Not only were you a star football player, but you were a lifeguard. I mean, you really, and you were the only white guy who was lifeguarding in this black community, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were the one guy.
I was.
Your family is pretty, again, this goes to my point about, you know, the president is the father of our country. That's something we all say. And I think your family is so extraordinary because of the way they've conducted themselves and how they are with you, that I feel you have a lot to give to the presidency. These are my feelings. It's pretty amazing family. And I'm proud of it. I submit for your approval that when you have a loving family like that, you got a lot to give because you get so much from them. You're the kind of leader I love because we're lucky to have you in the Oval Office and serving as the father of the country. Because if you're a good father to your family, which you are, I know you'd be a good father to the country. And I want to thank you for providing a calming influence, an organized administration post-COVID, getting that vaccine out, getting NATO, getting us to feel comfortable, standing up to Putin. I don't know what people are looking for in a president, or maybe it's that people don't feel like they're getting enough or something. I don't know what it is, but I'll give you your greatest hits. The lowest uninsured rate in history. 4 out of 5 Americans are covered for less than $10
Dan, I think
a month.
we got enough. We've got down as low as we can go. All right, that's Howard Stern with Joe Biden, and that was May of 2024, well after any sense of how bad this was. But local issues which have broader consequences over the years, what I specialize in, because we can make a difference with these. As I understand it, after last night in White Marsh, they now may reconvene and have another vote on whether to cancel the parade or not. And I have an expert in front of me here, even though we're at Farley, and Pat Malloy, Chief of Police in Abington, of how do you make judgments about public safety. So I witnessed this police chief last night. That's what triggered it. He said it's a 0.8 mile parade, 0.8 of a mile parade. Wow, 0.8 of a mile, not even a mile parade. And they have, by his count, 27 points of access. He went through an excruciating series of slides of all the type of barriers they would use, breaking down what happened in Oklahoma City, how they didn't use them. Well, I would think you would use them in White Marsh, I'm sitting there saying. I didn't ask to ask the question, though. I'm an outsider here. I'm not doing that there. God knows what would happen. Even though listeners were coming up and saying, don't you think you should ask the question? I'm a member of the media here, no. It's for the citizens, and they did a great job. They made the point about freedom has some degree of risk attached to it. 4 members of the commission and the fire chief didn't show up for this all-important meeting. Now, I know a few of them, they went through all the excuses. Why not have it on a night when people can be there to answer these questions? It's making national news. The police chief went to Homeland Security, and they had the Highland Park people where there was a shooting a few years back. And based on that, he was so moved that he shut down the parade here. They don't know whether the 250th anniversary next year that they'll do anything like a parade. One guy said do Flowertown. They dismissed that, Flowertown Avenue. They seemingly dismissed doing it in this enclosed area around the school. How does madness like this infect a small community? Pat Malloy with us here. And Pat, you've heard me talking about this, and you actually have experience in protecting this. What makes a police chief or anybody else go to the extreme of, like, we're protecting the White House or the President of the United States?
Yes, look, we should learn lessons from these previous vehicle attacks, from other shootings.
Right.
There's no plan that's 100% without risk. In Abington, we have one of the oldest parades with the Glenside Greater Patriotic Association. Our fire department, our emergency management coordinator, each year we tighten up our plan using highway trucks, using trash trucks. In some cases, using volunteer citizens to block some areas off. But we know we have armed officers. God forbid somebody breaks that perimeter, and we'll take action. We want our community to know that we planned, but there are inherent risks in any gathering in public, and the option is not to. We have no option where we would ever consider shutting that parade down.
Yeah, maybe the only option if you had a direct threat. That's the thing that was asked again and again and again. There's no threat. They said, I'm waiting for the big reveal. That's why we were there last night. There was no mention of a threat. We just went through this excruciating detail, and people are saying, are you kidding me? What country do we live in? And White Marsh, 250th anniversary, blood was shed there in the Revolutionary War. They're very proud of that. And yet, a 8/10 of a mile parade cannot go on.
Yeah, and with the personnel that we have, the mutual aid systems that we have in place, where you use other jurisdictions to assist you, and like you said, if there were a threat, even when you have a threat, we do investigations. We're able to sometimes identify that threat and take care of it before the parade. So again, we. It's unfortunate. I'm hoping the chief there and the community reconsiders, and they do get together for this parade again next year.
Yeah, and again, this what I'm afraid of is, we heard Cheltenham was considering it too. We got a tip from somebody that this mentality starts to set in, and I witnessed people standing up, person after person, almost in disbelief and shock. Because there was no debating point. We were expecting last night them to say, this is what we are afraid of happening. My colleague in the morning, Nick Kale, talked a lot about, the Gaza mob showing up there and doing something like that. There's no hint of that. Nobody, it's not on the radar screen, White Marsh. Now, Abington, didn't you have that feat that was canceled one year? It was Upper Moreland more than you.
Yeah.
Now it's back.
Exactly. That was not our call. That was Upper Moreland's and the police department there. Because we had a lot of uptick in juvenile crime, a lot of gun violence. You know what? But you put systems in place. Right now, we used to have issues up at the Willow Grove Mall. You can't go to the mall unless you have a parent with you. So we've seen some
How's that worked out?
It's worked out well for the mall. Our police athletic league now has about 100 kids there. We used to have 30, 40. So that's the purpose of the police athletic league, to provide mentorship. And
hey, by the way, fun story too. My all-time, South Philly and all that. So my kids were not used to that. I'm used to this, of seeing cops as pal, armed.
Yes.
Roe comes to the game, and we're playing over near Germantown, and we're running up and down. She goes, what the heck's going on here? The referee's got a gun on. So what? In South Philly, they had 2 guns. There were certain games. My father was a coach. He literally had 2 concealed carry.
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be a 2-gun game. You never know.
I grew up the same way.
Same
yes.
thing,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, so I don't forget, Tommy McDonald is out here. Henry's already answered in excruciating detail, I think, on this. But, Pat, you with an Italian wife, gravy or sauce so that Riccioli and others can hear?
Yeah, gravy. Yeah, it was sauce when I was growing up. And it was sauce out of the ragu jar. And when I met my wife
Stepped
and
up,
the family,
right, there you go.
Yeah, a guy named Malloy really knows what sauce is. Yeah,
There you go. Right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What's the wife's last name? Your wife?
Primavera.
Primavera. Oh, my
Okay.
God.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
spice.
Can't get more Italian than that,
seals
Pat.
it right there. Like a Borowski knows anything about culinary. Tommy McDonald, where you grew up, Kensington, what do they call it? Gravy. There you go.
Yeah, that's
all right.
pretty good.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's do that poll out here as people walk by. Gravy or sauce? Let's hear what they say. And in Abington, in police reports, do they say this criminal had a particular niche or niche?
Niche.
Thank you. Police report official there, Dan.
Get him
Write
out.
that down there, back there in the producer's checklist of words.
Abington needs a new police chief. It's what it comes down to.
We've heard that before. All right, let me give you the side question. And I was telling Ro here, it'll be interesting to see if we get some really good ones today. And then we'll talk more with Pat Malloy and you. We're covering everything that's in the news. If it's breaking, Dan is at the breaking news desk. We'll have that for you. We have Nancy Pelosi saying my whole mission in politics was the children. How did that go, Nancy? But we're here, Farley. Stop by and say hello. It's a huge crowd. Remember, tolls paid 4 until 5 thanks to Chicky and Pete's. And people be here a little bit later. Pat, if you can imagine, right over there, just on the other side of the walk, we played quite a pickup basketball game. With Mark Zumoff, voice of the Sixers. They were on strike, calling the game on the air as I'm guarding John Runyon. Yeah. It was a 9-foot basket. I asked him, how do you feel, Mark? And he said, yeah, I'm at a truck stop with a 9-foot basket and you guarding John Runyon. Well, it's better in the NBA. At least we're playing.
Him.
We're playing. All right, side question. Give us that all-time road trip, particularly one that's close by, within a day or so. I think, Dan, were your parameters. I'm going to go with Smithville. I can't say enough good things about Smithville. They ought to have me broadcast from there. Come on, Smithville. Ro and I went there recently on Mother's Day of all days. So we'll get Pat's. Dan, do you have one?
Yes, I have one. This is actually, I think Jim Kelly would be happy to hear this, even though he's not in the room with me right now. But his stomping grounds, Dom, has really impressed me. I've moved to Deptford, and only a couple minutes away is the great town and downtown of Collingswood, New Jersey. And Dom, I gotta say, it's a really cool place. Really cool restaurants down there. We've had brunch a couple times and cool stores. I'd recommend taking a day trip to Collingswood one time if you haven't.
Yeah, stop into Il Fiore.
And on your way, also hit, obviously, I think I should underline, if you're going to hit Collingswood or you're coming from Pennsylvania, got to hit Haddonfield as well. Fantastic town.
All right, so Collingswood day trip. It's just that simple, 855-839-1210, because if you get your name in today, your name goes into the hat. Dan at back at the station will roll the dice at around 2:55 or so. We'll have a winner for the week, $50 gift card to the Great Gallows up there on the boulevard. Pat, do you have one?
Yeah, well, Peddler's Village. Village is
Yes.
close to me, and now that we have grandchildren, there's many events up there throughout the season. It's within an hour.
And you're a Wildwood guy at the shore, right?
Yeah, North Wildwood.
North
yes.
Wildwood, okay.
Anglesey area.
I like calling it Anglesey.
No, I know, that's why I
Exactly,
said that. I'm actually on 12th.
There are two great arms there, Carson Wentz and me in North Wildwood. Right, Dan? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Jump in on that. Coming up, Robin at the Boardwalk in Ocean City. How are people feeling 150 days or so into President Trump? We're kicking off 100 days of summer here. And also, what is Ocean City doesn't fool around. You fool around with the brand of Ocean City. Remember when they had the situation with the seagulls? They put an owl up there. Ah! That was it for the seagulls. They don't fool around with rowdy teenagers. Wildwood has a reputation, but Ocean City takes care of business. We'll talk to them about that. All coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on my plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is downtime at the Farway Plaza, and there is a lot to do here. You're headed to the shore anyhow. Stop in, and don't forget, thanks to Chicky and Pete's again this year, 4 until 5, paying your tolls at what we used to call the $3 tolls. Tommy, officially in the news business, what do they call those tolls now? The $468 tolls or something like that? I don't know, what they're called. I remember the Dower tolls. That's the Egg Harbor tolls.
Yeah.
All right, that means, you're paying more.
Yeah.
You can't quantify it now. So,
is it? Yeah, $485. Okay.
I kind of forgot my headline here. It's a little bit windy, etc. Seaside Heights is saying they are not going to take it this year. They've had some of the worst due to Phil Murphy and 2 attorneys general who put into play just basically taking away the deterrent effect, the dignity, I would argue, of police officers when they come upon a scene, particularly with juveniles, who are either drinking, smoking, doing God knows what. So Seaside Heights, I just saw one headline this morning. Not only has the state police, they have the FBI is going to be working with them. Wow, when we're down to the level of the FBI, now I don't know what these kids, you could put FBI, I don't know if Kash Patel's going to be walking the boardwalk with a nightstick in his cummerbund. That would be a good reenactment. But I think, Pat Malloy, it's a little bit of the Trump issue and a little bit of Seaside Heights saying, we are just going to flatten this. We're not taking it anymore.
Right. You see the similarities, and I'll use your language. In what universe would somebody allow or take those rights away from the police officers to be guardians?
Right.
And if you think about the Driving Equity Act in Philadelphia, the state police had to jump in order to be an arm for the Philadelphia police, because the officers in Seaside Heights and in North Wildwood, many of whom are parents, they want the ability to stop, pat down, investigate things to keep these kids safe. It's not just about locking them up. And it's ludicrous to take those procedures and those rights away from the the authorities down there.
And as I understand it, if you cross the line, and who knows what the line is, we'll talk about the trial of Mark Dial yesterday with several people that we have on saying that it's another message, don't be a cop in Philadelphia. It's a second-degree felony, as I understand it, in New Jersey for the cop, and it seems to be even procedural. If you go a little, one Avalon chief was on, I think, and said, you got a kid jumping off one of those small bridges.
Yeah.
I used to stop and say, get out of there, we're going home, I'm taking you home, or something like that. Now the kid says, I'm going to continue jumping off a bridge, literally.
Yep, and officers use discretion, and we're not looking to charge kids, but sometimes you have to protect them from themselves. And guess what? There's body cameras on us. This profession, the police profession, is the most oversight of any profession.
How do you get used to a body? Can you imagine us in talk radio? I hate having that YouTube thing up here. I feel liberated today because it's alleged I talk with my hands a lot. Not true.
Yes.
The body cam would not pick that up. It's not true.
And when they first started in Abington,
Pat, you let that go too easily. Your credibility of a cop, your observation. Well, I don't think he was talking with his hands that much, Your Honor.
But the officers love them because they more often than not they exonerate officers, and then it helps us do some constructive criticism when we watch body cameras to see how we can be safer as we tactically approach situations.
So the Mark Dial thing here was certainly regrettable. He didn't have a gun in the end, etc. But hearing this cop bring this up, and the fact that Larry Krasner originally charged him with murder, not third-degree murder, but murder as a tell. The prosecutors yesterday wanted to hold him in custody until when he's sentenced in July. The judge dismissed it in 3 seconds. There's no flight risk. There's none of that type of stuff. But it's sending a clear message. If you're a cop in Philadelphia, and you mentioned this driving equity thing, which is going on for approximately 2 years from now, lazy courts, I'll say, I know they're busy and all, but we got to move on these things. Give us a ruling. Is this constitutional or is it not constitutional? Clearly not constitutional based upon the Pennsylvania Constitution. You're seeing the overflow, though, in a place like Abington. People get used to driving around without license plates.
Yes, it's like the broken windows theory that applied to the roadways. And what have we seen, Dom? Nationwide, an uptick in fatal accidents, pedestrians being struck, because it's like the Wild West out there. And I know the tinted windows and all those other things, but proactive policing, and sadly, Philadelphia Police Department's not staffed enough to do proactive policing. They're reacting, and that spills into training too. You want to be a perfect tactical athlete, like Officer Dials. But if you're not getting that time on the range or scenario training, we're going to pay the price at some point.
How often do police in Abington shoot on the range? When my father was a cop, they did dry shooting in addition to with ammo. Yeah. And as I remembered as a kid, it was pretty regular. Yet I talked to some Philadelphia cops. I don't know if they fired unless they're an aficionado on their own. In years. How can you do that?
Sadly, I think once a year the Philadelphia police are mandated and by state to qualify. 6, 7, 8 times our officers are there. Night shoots.
What percentage do they have to hit? What's for we have a lot of gun people. What's the distance? And to qualify, what do you have to
we
hit?
go back to the 25-yard line with our handgun, 50-yard line with your shotgun, our SWAT guys, and most officers in Abington now carry rifles. automatic, semi-automatic rifles. And you have to have at least 85%, to have a passing grade.
They hit something.
Yeah,
You're right.
but it's center of mass, and we train mostly from the 7 to 10 yard line in, because most of these encounters are going to happen quickly, and they're going to happen within that 7 yard distance, which you don't have, and they happen sometimes, as you know. In a split second, and so that's where we do concentrate most of our training on muscle memory. Can officers get them out of the holster quickly and hit the center of mass?
And we both know you got to train a lot, because the real thing is like nothing you're ever going to experience in your life.
That's great. You could be a perfect shooter on the range, and when somebody's firing back at you, you're not going to be perfect. We try to bring perfection to chaos, and in this world of, the NFL. Slowing down videos to see if somebody had a foot in bounds. We don't get those second chances in policing, and you need to be prepared to make a split-second decision. And as one chief said in Cincinnati recently about, it's a blink of an eye, and it really is. If you blink your eye right now, that's how long it takes for somebody to decide to shoot an officer.
That's that thing about if they're charging at you when they're 21 feet away?
Yes.
Now that seems to me to be, I'm telling you, as a layman, and to most of us, a lot, but it's been drilled in my head by guys like you and others. 21 feet can happen pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Dom, the subtleties there are if your gun is holstered.
Right, okay.
Right. So if you have your gun out at 21 feet, you're coming at me, I may have to back up 2 feet and then shoot. But that distance, it does shock people that 21 feet, you can't react in time.
All right, Pat, can you hang around a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to our guy, Robin Schaefer, on the boardwalk coming up. He's been officially given a Talk Radio 1210 microphone. By the way, Tommy McDonald is the guy engineering today, famous for putting a mic flag, the thing on top of the microphone. That seems to be like a, 8-pound weight. You would see this scrum and this giant WWDB on it in the middle of 50 other microphones. I don't know why the others did. Who sent somebody out with this teeny tiny microphone? It's common sense, right? Giant. It should be in brilliant colors. It should be blinking on and off. That's how you get noticed. All right, coming up, Robin Schaefer gives us the Ocean City Boardwalk Report. We're at the Farley Plaza. Don't forget that you can get your tolls paid today. That's from 4 until 5 o'clock. Chicky and Pete's will pay those tolls today. So let me tell you about our friends at Conservative Tours. We're talking day trips today. Well, this is a little bit more than a day trip with Ro and me. She said she would read some of this commercial, but you know what? I'll get her in here to read it the second time. Thank you. So it's said that you don't just visit Sicily, you fall head and heels in love with it. The Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, it's all there. And if you want to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily, Calabria this fall, we are open. And we're going there with the best tour operators, not only in Italy, the best I've ever worked with that you'll find anywhere. You heard Dawn say the same thing, Conservative Tours. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll also enjoy the Godfather Tour, all 3 locales from the films. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque. Country within a country. We'll see you in Savoca. And you're going with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. Call them now. Get to the website. Make that commitment and have a blast this fall. 888-733-9494.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
The forecast continues to improve with pleasant conditions for the holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny, still the chance for a scattered shower in the afternoon, high around 66. Tonight, partly cloudy, cool tonight with a low of around 50. For Saturday, partly sunny and breezy, high again near 66. And nice on Sunday, sun and clouds with a high near 70.
D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are the local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dkappliances.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. It doesn't feel like summer yet, but we're outside here at the Farley Plaza. Remember, great farmers market, all kinds of things to do for the kids. And we pay your tolls, well, Chicky and Pete's does, 4 until 5 at the Egg Harbor Toll Plaza. Our guy, second annual. Last year was the first, and we're told he has an official microphone this year. It's like a deputy. He's been deputized into talk radio. Robin Schaefer from our friends at Protect Our Coast on the boardwalk of Ocean City. Hey, Robin, welcome in, and stay there after your report, because Pat Malloy has a couple of ideas for mulligans this year in which we believe I can defeat Dan. So that's all that I wanted to hear.
All right.
Hey, Robin, how are things on the boardwalk?
Things are awesome on the boardwalk, Dom. It is packed, and we have a big group here. They want to say something to you. They're from the three.
Where are you guys from? Hamilton High School.
Count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Ocean City rocks!
Wait a minute. Ask them, is it gravy or sauce, before I let him continue.
I have a very special guest right now. We're talking to
Santa Claus from the North Pole.
and he just did the businessman plunge in the ocean.
Absolutely. It was a great privilege to be part of the event, and it's just another day at the shore for Santa Claus. Looking forward to the summer.
Do you have anything to
take
ask
the plunge
Santa?
in your Santa suit?
He's in his Santa suit. It even says North Pole on his baseball shirt.
Number 25 for Christmas. Santa Claus across the back.
Hey, Robin, you're on our YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, Robin Schaefer. Show our Santa. You actually have video. I want to see Santa Claus, if you can show him real quick.
How the heck is he on YouTube there, Dan?
He's on YouTube.
Oh.
Yep. No, just yeah, there you go. There's Santa. Look at him. Hey, ho, ho, ho. I love that.
Great to be here,
Wait
guys.
a minute.
Have a great
Robin's
summer.
got a microphone, and he's on YouTube now.
Oh, this
All
is
right.
great. Yeah. Well, we have more people to talk to, so and Santa has some gifts he needs to start wrapping.
Got to
So
get back to the North
gotta
Pole and
get
get busy. It's a busy season for Santa Claus.
All right, Santa. Hey, Santa, are we going to be able to get all those dolls from China? Do you know about that?
Santa's going to stay out of the politics this year.
Good answer, Santa.
Feel free to be political, Santa. You can be political on the show. Thank you, Santa. So, Robin,
Well,
what's
I'll say
before
this,
you introduce us
Santa's
to
wearing
more
red.
people, Robin? What's the mood on the boardwalk as far as anticipation of, that people will be able to spend, things will be a pretty normal summer here?
we are seeing a lot of activity. It looks like a normal Friday for Memorial Day weekend. It's really crowded. People are in great spirits. It's going to be an amazing year.
Who else do you have there, Robin?
Bill!
We have.
We have an
Jody.
Ocean City representative. Turn the camera
Jody
this way.
Lepchuk from the Ocean City Council.
How we doing today?
All right, guys. Why does Ocean City not have a Dom Giordano Day, Mr. Councilman? Can you get on that right away? It could be Dom Giordano. Wait a minute, Dom Giordano, Roman numeral 2. We'll call it Gravy Day. Will you do a Gravy Day in Ocean City? I'll come there and eat all the gravy that you want. Just call it Gravy Day.
We got the bites. Gravy Day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're making gravy up
He's
here.
like all about it.
By the way, it's beautiful up here right now. It is, the weather was calling for a little rocky, but it's beautiful. You wear short sleeves and shorts up here. I don't know what the weather guys are talking about, but it's going to be like this all weekend. And everybody, I don't know if people ditched work and school or if they just have off, but it's busy.
Wait a minute. Is this Keith Haskell? Dan, he always tells us it's sunny. I know it's another guy, but he's even better. They're
Keith
shorts.
Hartzell's always saying it's sunny
Hartzell,
up here.
yes. Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you, and start working on that gravy. I'm telling you, I'm serious about it. This is a campaign across Jersey. Dan, write that one down. Let's get that going.
We need the gravy and the cheese curds to make it the Canadian poutine, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cheese curds are great.
I
Fried cheese curds, by the way.
shot. I like that, Rob.
All
I'm
right,
supposed to have
Robin.
some Canadians talking to you in a minute.
How about
You want to do an interview with let's put the Canadians on.
We got youtube.com.
Say much, but he's 250 pounds of pure potato. Is that coming from me?
Tom, on screen right there, you got a guy in a fry costume at the boardwalk.
Yeah, we're on Fry Patrol right now, so we're going to talk to somebody from Delco right now.
Springfield Delco, yeah, I came all the way down here for this beautiful day at the beach.
Wait a minute. This guy's from Delco, Dan. Put closed captioning on YouTube. I hear all the vowels messed up there. Put that closed captioning
He's definitely got the Delco accent going on.
Yeah, I hear the Delco. Let's hear that Delco accent.
He was in the water earlier.
I was in the water. They like that. But go Delco strong. Delco strong.
Well, glad to have Delco there. Hey, Robin, I had a quick question for you. So we had Jeff Van Drew on. We're talking about the wind in New York, New Jersey. Haven't seen you on that. A lot of your colleagues, though, calling me and saying they're pretty upset that we're going back to building the wind turbines in New York, at least.
Well, we're expecting to have a pretty big announcement this coming week. Protect Our Coast, New Jersey's not taking this news sitting down. We are working with some environmental organizations that are going to join with us in a pretty aggressive response. We don't believe that the ocean is for sale to the highest bidder. We're certainly not comfortable having a Norwegian company like Equinor coming into the ocean off of Long Island or North Jersey. And we certainly, we don't like the optics of it. It basically is a quid pro quo. That Kathy Hochul is going to give the Trump administration a gas pipeline from Pennsylvania to Massachusetts in exchange for building 54 wind turbines in the ocean that are over 1,000 feet tall. It's a bad deal. And what we hope is that by our actions, we'll be able to put a stop to it, and that somehow this was all part of the calculus of the Trump administration.
Please, Robin, you know this. Text me the day that you want to do it. We'll give you carte blanche on that. And again, thank you for all the people you've cornered there on the boardwalk. Do you have anybody else?
Yes, we have somebody who has just unlocked the ocean for the year. Until the ocean gets unlocked, no one's allowed in the ocean in Ocean City.
Well, you know the rules and regs.
We do.
Good,
We
that's
do.
great.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
You can just hold the key up. We're on YouTube right now. Yeah, that's the key.
It's a giant key.
Yep. And what's your name?
Fred Miller. Used to be a lifeguard here in Ocean City for a long time.
Can you hear that? Fred Miller.
Yeah, Fred Miller. Hey, Fred, thank you. Thanks for unlocking the ocean over there in Ocean City. Now, when it was locked, did I have to pay for beach tags?
What's that?
I said when it was locked, did I have to pay the beach tags?
Not sure how that works.
Because I'm not sure.
We got a special discount, Dan and Dom.
We need money. We need money.
But tell Tommy he still has to pay the full fare.
Yeah, okay. So, Fred Miller, thank you. Thanks very much. Hey, Robin.
Thank you.
Hey, Robin, great stuff. Thank you. Thanks for putting together those people. You really have had it. We have to make this even bigger next year. How are you on YouTube? How's that working, Dan?
I don't know. This is fun, though. I didn't realize we were on YouTube, but I'm trying to give your listeners and now viewers an idea of what the boardwalk looks like. It's pretty crowded, but there's a lot of room for you if you come on down. I promise I even saved a parking space for you in front of my house.
All right, Robin, we'll catch up with you this week for the big announcement of what I'm in agreement with you. I get the trade-off with the natural. We can't allow the wind farms, though. That's we're trading whales for the pipeline. Bad deal.
Yeah, no, it's a bad deal all the way around. And Donald Trump is the best deal maker that we've ever seen. So I think he has a few things up his sleeve, and I can't believe he would permit offshore wind turbines anywhere, especially in his own backyard in New York.
Thank you, Robin. Great stuff. Really mean that. Wonderful on the boardwalk. Thank you, Robin. Robin Schaefer
all right,
here.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, don't forget our side question day. Hit us with that all-time road trip. It's a simple one. Get your name into the hat. We'll get Henry's here if he has one coming up. We got Dan's. You got mine. We'll also hear from Pat Malloy. Dan, he's got a couple of great ideas for mulligans this year. He asked me if we're throwing the football 40 yards.
Like that.
He has two better ideas, something that might be like kryptonite to you. That's why I'm on board with it. And something that we could do to several people Odyssey lawyers, stand down for a minute. All right, it's 855-839-1210. Come on, give me that road trip here. I'm at Farley. Come by and say hello. Great Farmers Market. Tolls paid 4 until 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I would just love to talk to the people that actually did vote for Krasner. And I would just say this. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner?
We like things that we know.
Big creatures of habit.
We're creatures of habit. Look at the radio landscape. The morning radio show that's number one in this city is not a good show. It's just that it's been on the air for 30 years. They're firing people left and right.
It's a great point. I think we're like that in a lot of different categories.
Yes.
Yeah, we really are.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your pork.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
And the way the sunlight plays upon her head.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, first caller of the day. Thanks for checking in. What do you have, Joe?
Thanks for taking my call. Dom, if you like Smithville, you have to make the time, and you will love Sandy Hook, New Jersey. It's the northern part of the Jersey Shore. It was a land frozen. It was a peninsula frozen in time going back to the Cold War. They got Officers Row. They got the missile silos that protected any intruders coming into New York Bay. They got the seals there. You can see seals out in the bay, New York Harbor, during the wintertime. But they got a lighthouse there you can climb. They have so much there. It's more than a day trip, but to indoctrinate yourself just to take a day, it's gorgeous.
All right, Joe, that's in the running. So, Joe, you are such a fixture at all of our Mulligan's events and everything but the station. You're one of the Knights of the Round Table. I will reveal that we've been offered by Pat Malloy a polygraph tester, and Pat Malloy will test Dan and me if Dan is there, and others. And, Joe, we will tie you up, and we're going to ask you about the Dallas Cowboys.
Hook me up. All
right. The polygraph is in, Dan. Put that one down. Now, the other thing, though, that might be troublesome, Pat, you said it's a 300-yard dash in the fitness test. All right. I don't know, Dan. I think you're going down on that one. You threw a football much farther than I did.
I can't even do 40-yard dash. You think I can do 300 yards?
Yeah, 300-yard dash.
I'll collapse after 45.
And I don't have it's prorated for your age. So
I have an advantage.
You would have an advantage.
So Dan should be pretty quick in that. He's in like the prime of life. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'll get the numbers to you. I'll send you an email so you guys can prepare.
What's approximate? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Somewhere in that area.
I'll agree to do all this, Pat. I just got to say, if I pass it all, then I want a badge. You know?
Oh, absolutely. We will have a badge. It'll be plastic.
Oh, we need some badge. Bring that, please, because the mayor has made us head of the fire department, the lifeguards. I don't swim, but we're head of lifeguards.
So it'll be a plastic badge and a sticker badge, but we'll have a badge for you.
All right, there will be badges there. All right, that's on Dom Day. The polygraph. Joe of Columbus first.
The ultimate confession.
Exactly. All right, Henry, what's your day trip?
Yeah, so I'm going to shout out the only town in Pennsylvania here. I'm talking about Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. Once a year come September, they have the biggest agricultural fair in the Commonwealth. It features acts such as Chicago and Styx in the past few years.
You kidding me?
Yeah. No, I swear to God, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania puts on an incredible fair every
Renaissance
September.
Fair?
It's more of a state fair type thing.
All right.
A lot of fried food. If you want fried food, that's the place to be. A lot of good people watching as well. Right. And at the end of the night, you get a concert from an awesome band.
I want to see Chicago coming this year, or is that something that happened in the past?
that was last season.
Okay.
Last year's.
I missed my chance.
I'd have to look up this year's lineup.
No, it's a Jeff Dunham, Oak Ridge Boys, and Styx this year, apparently.
Yeah, Styx. There you go. Yeah.
All right, that's pretty good one. That might be the winner. We'll have to send Henry to on the Boulevard to Gallows. All right, Pat Boy, did we get your day trip?
Peddler's Village.
That's right, Peddler's
right
Village.
out in Bucks County.
And Dan, yours was again?
Collingswood and Haddonfield.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I have Smithville. All right, so I love that 300-yard dash.
Yep, and I'll get the times. I know it's
live on the air.
66 seconds, I think, is the standard. 66 seconds is what I think they use.
66 seconds for the Dan. What do you think you can do the 300-yard dash?
300 yards, so 3 football fields, right?
Yes.
12 minutes, including the time that I collapse and get back up.
Well, you could do the push-ups. I think that's kind of low.
How many push-ups?
25 push-ups, I think, is the minimum.
I can't do 5 push-ups.
These have to be done correctly, or can we do the Dom style? Yes.
Every day, a little bit, Dan. Just do a few push-ups a day.
Start with half.
June 20th.
This is ridiculous.
You have just about 3.5 weeks. You can do this.
Is there a plank involved? Do you do the plank? Dan, do you know what a plank is?
Me? Do I know what a plank? I know what a plank is. No way am I going to do it, though.
We don't have that. We have it on our voluntary fitness test that we do each month.
Voluntary.
Is there any knocking over doors?
No, but I wish there were. There's times you get some of that frustration out.
I could do that.
Years ago, you used to have to push a car in neutral, like an individual.
You know what? That's a very good test.
And then they had dry fire of so many rounds on the 38.
Let me ask you, do the police need any drivers? I'm a heck of a driver. And if I drive,
do not buy this, Pat.
Can I drive with 2 feet?
No,
is that illegal?
That is illegal. That is definitely that's against the law.
Oh no!
Dan, strike that.
Arrest this man.
I don't want that on the archives. All right. Pat Malloy may be with us a little bit more. Henry here, Tommy McDonald, Dan back at the studio. And coming up, Johnny Z, our host. I'm wearing his summer White House shirt proudly with me today. He and his wife designed them. I don't know if we'll have it for this summer. We may need another theme. There are a collector's item, big time. All right, we're already planning June 20th. Get your hotel reservations. The mayor's coming. He tells me it's getting pretty tight on June 20th. From the Farley Plaza, Dom and a company of thousands here. on Talk Radio 1210.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
For all of you dopes out there that want to support that, the Intifada, that's killing you, whether you're Jewish or American, whether you're Jewish or Catholic, no matter what your race or religion might be. If you believe in Western values, they want you dead. So keep marching like an idiot. So when you protest, why don't you just go to Gaza, just get a flight, fly to Hamburg, get a connecting flight, get on a boat, do whatever you have to do, and just please go.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Spring will soon be gone. Summer's coming on.
All right, Dom Giordano show at the Farley Plaza. Stop by, great farmers market. A lot of things for the kids to do, and we pay the tolls 4 until 5. Chicky and Pete's does every year. It's a tradition. You heard Robin on the boardwalk, another tradition. And our biggest tradition, I think this is going on the 4th year, is Mulligan's, the Summer White House. And our host, Johnny Z, with us from Mulligan's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, welcome in. Just wanted you to know I have the Summer White House collector's item here, and people are asking, can I go over to Mulligan's and get any today? How's the printing press going there for the T-shirts?
Hey, Dom, how are you? Good to talk to you again. The printing press is good. You'd be pleased to know that Pam has already designed a new shirt for this year. I think you're going to be quite pleased, and we'll have plenty for sale.
Can you give us a little tease of the design, though? I mean, we'll be able to show it on YouTube when we get down there, but what's the design like, John?
Well, I really don't want to say because it's not totally finalized, but it's the colors are more like a tropical color instead of like the black. The dog and the White House background has been redesigned. It's going to say Dom Giordano Day on it this year. It's going to be sharp.
Great.
The only thing is, remember, black is slimming. I don't know about these tropical colors. It might be unslimming. That's the only problem. I'm serious. This shirt, I'd wear it anytime I have to look fake slim. Go with this. So, John, this year at Mulligan's, what's, when we go down there and we talk with you with the menu, it's unbelievable. Most places are not having, they actually let me in the kitchen, and I saw your chefs last year when the time Kelsey Grammer was there. It's amazing how each night it's different foods, different things going on, in addition to the standard fare at Mulligan's.
Yeah, we do it all. We have pub fare, appetizers, sandwiches, and then, all the way through to full dinners. And, it's a testament, especially to the guys back there in the kitchen. Even back there, it's such a small kitchen, and the amount of food that they pump out every day, it's wild to watch. They really do a great job back there.
And Mulligan's, location for everybody that's thirsty, hungry, and on their way to Wild with the next couple of days.
I'm sorry, Tom, I lost you for a second.
Yeah, the location of Mulligan's.
Yeah, the location is 310 West Hildreth Avenue, and that's right across from the Acme, right there in Wildwood.
Absolutely. So, John, we're coming down for Dom Day on the 20th, and you and I talked about July 4th, and then some undisclosed day in August that will work up as the season goes on. But again, this has become such a thing. I think I told you we have women that have rented rooms. I think one at the Apollo, and they were asking, can you get a room in Wildwood at that time? And I had to tell them, well, it's a maybe. It's a big day. Come on now. It's not often.
And we've already had people in the bar and at the liquor store the other night. I had a guy come in and say, Dom Giordano, is he coming back this year? I said, June 20th, he's going to be there, Dom Giordano. All right, I'm going to be there. I'll be there June 20th. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one.
I'm telling you what we're looking for. I'll be debating Linda Kearns, friendly, until the two of us get going, and we'll see, on something non-legal probably. We need to have 8 to 10 slightly intoxicated patrons as a jury of our peers that might be amenable to being paid off, at least by me.
Only slightly intoxicated? We can do better than that.
Oh, God. The highlight last year may have been the Scotch thing with Jeff Andrew. That guy really knows his Scotch. You can imagine in Congress, when they passed this bill, there was a lot of Scotch behind it.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And if he comes back again, we'll have even more Scotch for him.
All right. John, on the political front, how are you feeling? What's your analysis from the bar there on the big, beautiful bill and everything else? 150 days almost in. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I guess kind of like everybody else, I feel there's good parts in there, and I feel there's not so good parts in there. But, you know, when you're dealing with such a tight window, well, you know, especially in the House, you only have a couple person majority. You know, that's what you're going to get. But, you know, I understand, you know, the Masseys and the Chip Roys and all, you know, I understand their points too. You know, can you get everything? No, of course not. You know, but I'm hoping for better than worse.
Well, I think it is. Overall, I think it's good. I'm willing to, and I think what you're saying with a lot of us, this is the only path. We're not going to get 60 votes in the Senate anytime soon. You got to do it through this mechanism. We got the one hurdle. If we can just keep most of this in, I'm willing to live with even the 40,000 salt thing in Jersey, and I'll even though a bit excessive. I'm willing to go with it. Sounds like you are too. The greater good here is there are big things in here that will work.
Right, and, you know, well, that's the other part, too. You know, let's see what the version is that comes out of the Senate, and, you know, of course, that's going to go back to the House, and you know, we'll see what the final product is, but, you know, I guess we'll take it from there when it happens.
All right, John, we can hardly wait. We might be down we're down on June 2nd playing in a golf tournament. I'm telling you, I have to take off work that day. This is a brutal job. I have to be out there on a golf course. Nick Cale said the same thing. But we're going to try to stop into Mulligan's for dinner with Roe and maybe get a preview of the new shirt.
Okay. All right. Well, just let me know if that's what's going to happen, and we'll go from there.
All right, John. Say hello to Pam and the family for me, too. And thank you. Tell her thanks for the new shirt.
I certainly will, Tom. Thank you.
All right. Johnny Z, our guy at Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth. I always want to say Hudson. I know the Acme is the spot. And there's a little marker there where Dan threw a football about 44 yards by my count.
Yeah, they made a statue?
Yes.
Nice.
Of course, the former mayor brought in a ringer that threw it 65 yards, claiming to be a high school football coach.
Division I.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy, right? All right, so 855-839-1210. Let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, welcome in.
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. And I really think you should turn throwing the football or running the 300 yards into some kind of a pay-per contest.
On YouTube, that's right. Pay-per-view on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well,
Whatever,
look, you would pay to see Greg Stocker throw a football, don't you think he did?
I don't know about Greg.
Oh, it was a spectacle. I'll tell you that. It was interesting.
I would pay to see Henry and Dan.
Okay. Well, Dan threw in flip-flops.
This too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I hope he wasn't wearing shorts because that could be offensive.
Okay. All right. What do you have today, Gary?
Well, first of all, I don't need any thinking badges. Number one, and number two, I am not going to take the lie detector test.
Okay. Why not? You're using all kinds of names you've even forgotten, right?
Inadmissible.
There you go. There you go.
Yes.
So I'm going to go on the other side. I'm going to stay on our side of the bridge. I was going to go with something in New Jersey, but I figured, you know what? Let's go to let's be nice to Pennsylvania today, and let's go to one of the best. I think you call him the best athlete of our time, which would be Jim Thorpe. And Jim Thorpe is a wonderful place that was renamed in 1953, and up until the 18th century, they used to sell tickets to ride down the coal mine because it was the second most tourist spot behind Buffalo, meaning Niagara, in the late 1800s.
Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Yes. Thank you very much, Gary. All right. Thank you, Gary, very much. Yeah, the classic film, they show up. They were Native American kids, Jim Thorpe and one other guy for the track meet against the other team. They asked, there were 16 events, I think. The one kid said he ran the mile and a half mile. What does Jim Thorpe do? Everything else. Yeah. Just an overwhelming. Yeah. All right, so more calls coming up, and had the opportunity to speak with Stacey Garrity on a big podcast I'm doing. Got something on her, the treasurer in Pennsylvania, and I'm here to tell you as we churn toward looking down the road, she's going to run for governor, I would predict, and she's going to give a hell of a battle to one Josh Shapiro. I'll tell you why. She just returned something as treasurer that she put out this morning that I hope she touts a little bit more. It's something that I think for Memorial Day, very, very appropriate. Treasurer Stacey Garrity, what did she return to veterans and their families? Coming up here with Dom from the Farley Plaza. And again, as I said, a lot of people here this year. There's the farmer's market. There's all kinds of things for the kids. And just an attraction to stop off, use the restroom, whatever you're doing, and partake. Come on over and say hello, and we'll pay your tolls 4 until 5, thanks to Chicky and Pete's here on Talk Radio 1210.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Oh, boy. Let's play that all across the nation. We are honored, as always, to bring you the chairman of the RNC, and particularly on this Friday before Memorial Day. These guys are working. They're not letting up. Let's bring in Michael Watley. Michael, welcome back to Talk Radio 1210. And again, we can't say it enough times. Thanks for all that you do in today's testament to it, that you guys are working the holiday.
We are absolutely doing it. And, Dom, it's great to be on with you. Before we get too far down the conversation, I do want to just say that the people who have sacrificed, who have worked for us, that have really made America what we are today, the men and women in uniform. And as we go into this holiday season, Memorial Day, I just want to say thanks. And I hope everybody over the weekend gets a chance to step back and reflect for a little bit on the men and women who put on that uniform and sacrificed everything for us as a country to give us the opportunity that we have today.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the big, beautiful bill. We got one hurdle done now with some things that listeners are. I will tell you this, and you're probably hearing this. I think I heard you with Rich the other day. People get that this is a difficult path with reconciliation and all that. So even though there are things in here that we think a little bit out of kilter, I would say by and large people are on board for the greater good to get it over the finish line if it doesn't change too much in the Senate.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is a couple different thoughts in terms of the bill. The first is, like you said, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a bill that is dramatically better than not passing a bill. We were looking at an inflection point here that either we're going to have the largest tax increase in American history or the largest tax cut in American history. And obviously we wanted to say it is time to get the largest tax cut in American history done. And it also has a lot of other provisions in there that we need, that are going to help secure the southern border. They're going to be pay raises for the military, make sure that that our national security apparatus is continuing to improve with technology advances. There's a lot to love in this bill. The second thing that I want to point out to everybody is that this is the first bite at the apple. We are allowed to have multiple reconciliation bills. We're allowed to have as much legislation as Congress needs to get done. The president's agenda is to rebuild our economy. He's going to keep working at it all day, every day. This bill is a very important part of that plan. But in and of itself, even with that, we're still going to have other work that we're going to do, and that's the regulatory regime. That's going to be the appropriations bills to codify DOGE. That's going to be, what's happening with, the rest of the economic plan and the tariffs and the trade stuff that the president is working on all day, every day.
A milestone, and it has to be difficult I know it's difficult for me, the word urgency we live by, and President Trump is the exemplar of that. And one of the reasons he really likes what you do, I've seen you in action in the spin room, etc. So that means, though, this should be up for a vote by July 4th would be a great way to bring it in. Does that seem reasonable?
It seems very reasonable. Look, the conversation in the Senate is going to take a little bit of time. We're, watching the old Sunday morning cartoon show, I'm Just a Bill. I guess that was Saturday mornings. I'm Just a Bill playing out in real time. We're watching Sausage Made, right? There's going to be a lot of back and forth in terms of the process, but I'm extremely bullish. I'm very optimistic. This bill is so important for the American people, and it really codifies the America First agenda that Donald Trump and the Republicans in the House and the Senate ran on. It really, truly helps rebuild our economy. It helps restore the southern border, and it's going to make America strong.
RNC, as I have to tell you, thanks to Scott Presler, Linda Kearns, and others, and you on the national level, the sleepy race usually to retain these 3 Supreme Court judges in Pennsylvania. I can tell you, sources here, both sides, the ones I talk with that are Democrats, they are very worried that this is on the radar screen come in November, big time, and that's so rare to put retention of Supreme Court judges, but you and I know how important that will be going forward.
No question about it. You've got to have the Supreme Court, in Republican hands or conservative hands as much as you can try and get it. We saw ruling after ruling last year where that Supreme Court was validating state laws on elections, and we needed to see that happen. We've seen states like North Carolina where we flipped the Supreme Court, and we are getting major good rulings that are coming out of that. We've also seen states where the court flipped the other way, like Wisconsin back in 2023, and all of a sudden we're starting to see rulings that are contrary to the law of Wisconsin. So, we know that Supreme Court is going to be pivotal, and we're going to be very focused on winning those races.
What is next that we'll be hearing from you? Michael Whatley with us, the chair of the RNC. What's the next big push, next big agenda item for the RNC?
We got to get the big, beautiful bill done. We need both votes out of Senate, Pennsylvania senators. We need the New Jersey senators. We need the New York senators. The fact is 80% of the American people support the tax cuts that are in this bill, the extension of the Trump tax cuts and making them permanent. there is an overwhelming support for no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. So this is a bill that has to get done, and we're going to spend as much time as we have to supporting the president and his agenda. And then we're going to be focused on 25 on the Virginia governor's race, the New Jersey governor's race, the Supreme Court races in Pennsylvania, and then it's midterms. You know, we're either going to have President Trump with a 4-year presidency or a 2-year presidency based on those midterm election cycles and whether he's got a Congress that he can work with to get his agenda enacted.
I could tell you, too, we'll hopefully hear from you a lot because people like Ryan McKenzie, they're going all out, the mob here in Pennsylvania, even though I think he's been a really straightforward, young, uprising congressman from the Lehigh Valley. So it's on the radar screen here with us.
Yeah, you know, look, McKenzie and Bresnahan and the rest of the Pennsylvania delegation, they're doing a fantastic job, and we need to make sure that we bring them back. We're going to be very focused in 26 on getting out the vote, protecting the ballot. It's the same fundamental approach that we took in 2024. It's how we were able to win in Pennsylvania. Obviously, Dave McCormick, you know, one of the most important Senate races in the entire country, who did a fantastic job. We won those House seats. We have other opportunities in Pennsylvania and across the country. But what we need to do is deliver on our promises to the American people, make sure that we have candidates who are running good races, get out the vote, and protect the ballot.
Thank you, Michael Watley. Have a great holiday and come back again and again. Thank you very much for calling in today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dom. Take care.
All right, there is Chairman Michael Watley here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. So even though a lot of summer stuff that we have going on here, we're still bringing you the national and local news. You get in, though, to hit us with the road trip that you'd like to take us on. 855-839-1210. That's today's side question. Speaking of the big bill, Wall Street Journal today says the biggest losers in Trump's mega bill, they're trying to offset tax cuts. They hit recipients of some Medicaid users, food aid, college borrowers, and EV drivers. Now, the Medicaid users that they hit are people that should be working. They're proposing to add work requirements and more frequent eligibility checks for some of the more than 70 million who rely on Medicaid. Childless adults without disabilities between the ages of 19 and 64 would have to provide documentation they worked, wait for this number now, 80 hours a month. Oh my God, that's staggering. What is that, 3 or 4 hours a day, maybe 80 hours a month prior to applying? There are exceptions, including for pregnant women. It's unclear how many people stand to lose coverage. An early estimate said it could be 8 million people. Or maybe they'll work 80 hours a month. The Wall Street Journal also says so-called clean energy projects, they will be on the docket. Big savings there, more than $420 billion. Some student loan borrowers. The GOP's proposal seeks to reshape the federal student loan program. Most cuts will come from the termination of income-contingent repayment plans, including President Biden's Stall Save plan, which lowered monthly payments for many borrowers but cost taxpayers more. So if I read anything, have I done anything here in any way, shape, or form that would make us believe this is excessive? Incoming federal workers, the proposal includes a requirement for new federal civilian employees to choose to either serve at will or contribute an additional 5% of their salary toward retirement. State budgets. The states, which are spending all this Medicaid stuff, would be faced with spending more of it through state money. So the Wall Street Journal, I think, fairly comprehensive. Does that seem draconian? But let's face it, that's where the battle is going to be. The battle is going to be if people see this and Republicans get afraid as being draconian in the cuts that we're talking about, Or do they see this as legitimate? Do they see it as something that needs to be done and they're on board with it, and the savings are passed on to the tax cuts, which are for the middle class also? The SALT tax, I'm still against up to $40,000. I think the Senate will probably cut it to $20,000, and it goes up to people making $500,000 a year. I'm not against the rich, so I'd be across the board on this, but the general floor, $40,000 to take out on your federal income tax is a lot. I don't think we're going to have to do that. I think the compromise will be 20. So, the enemy of the good is the perfect here. Even though some of these things are regrettable, can we get it over the finish line? That's what we're looking at. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. A little bit later at 2 o'clock, we are going to be talking with our buddy Mayor Ernie, and we're going to talk with him about what Wildwood and these other places are doing to secure them. And Dave Koski, a guy who worked for Pat Croce and Trump, now runs a string of newspapers, the Powerhouse at the Jersey Shore, will be with us for Memorial Day to talk about his efforts, and I think a lot of people are behind this, and we are, to get somebody who grew up here at the Jersey Shore as a true World War II hero to be recognized with the Congressional Medal of Honor. Speaking of which, Stacey Garrity, I mentioned, and you only read this in places like where I write, the Delaware Valley Journal. The Pennsylvania treasurer returned, proud of to report this today, as state treasurer, I safeguard every taxpayer dollars. One of my favorite parts, though, isn't about the money. It's the work Treasury does to honor and thank our veterans by returning military medals that became unclaimed property. Each item comes to our vault as an important part of someone's story, and returning each to the rightful owner who earned it or their family is a way to show our gratitude. She has returned 500 military decorations to veterans and families. She's reached that milestone, and we're going to try to get her on this week to talk about that. And she's going to run for governor. And based upon some of the conversations I've had with her recently, I think she's going to give Josh Shapiro a heck of a fight. I do want her to be the candidate. Dan Muser and some of the stuff he's done, I'm not on board with. He has a chance to redeem here, but I'm going to get involved in primaries. I don't believe we sit out. You can't be taking sides in a Republican primary. What are we here for? I will. I'm on that side. I'm with Jack Ciattarelli, not the other guy. That's kind of fraudulent, to put it mildly. All right? So we've been down that road, and I think it's our role to tell you what we think in primaries or not. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. Don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss the opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle those health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. Just go shop res-q.com, res-q.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough, but with term life insurance through Ethos, You can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Weather sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
The forecast continues to improve with pleasant conditions for the holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny, still the chance for a scattered shower in the afternoon, high around 66. Tonight, partly cloudy, cool tonight with a low of around 50. For Saturday, partly sunny and breezy, high again near 66. And nice on Sunday, sun and clouds with a high near 70.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Wear your flip-flops, then head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And I wish you were here with
All right, Saddam Giordano program. If you hustle over to Farley now, I have in front of me one of the guys. If you have a complaint, no, just kidding, about traveling, we say this all the time, the Atlantic City Expressway, you just put the car on it, and you don't have to think about anything. I don't know how to saying let's have reckless driving, but no, versus driving on the Schuylkill. In front of me, every year we talk with Steve Doherty, Executive Director of the South Jersey Transit Authority. Thank you for joining us.
Tom, always good to see you. Happy summer.
Well, thank you. 100 days of summer, just like the first 100 days of the presidency we have. Is it really 100 days? It seems to be pretty close.
It's pretty close. We'll take it. We'll take it.
So what's the let's say, the narrative this year of the 100 days? What's the theme?
Yeah, so most importantly, it's enjoy it.
Right.
Be safe. So we have last year about 725,000 vehicles over the 4-day holiday. We're expecting great traffic this weekend. Folks have been out here since 7 a.m. this morning, stopping, driving the road, and it's exciting. We just want to encourage everybody, get to their destination safe. We want you to enjoy it. Come back many more times.
Any changes right now, or so you know that one we always talk about, you're ready for it. At least for me, it's coming home where the 3 lanes narrow into 2. And I know it probably takes the Army Corps of Engineers would have to invade to make it it's got to be difficult to do. But what's new to make it more comfortable, easier driving, et cetera?
Yeah, so we're going to be widening the expressway 13 miles in both directions from Route 73 up to Route 42. So Camden County, Gloucester County area, making that commute home on Sunday nights a lot easier for folks and enjoying their time.
So this year here has been particularly a very good turnout here at Farley, which is a sign, particularly on not a nice weekend, of people coming out. Is there anything new with the South Jersey transportation authority we should know about?
Yeah, so the biggest thing you'll see on the road today is construction that's been going on.
Okay.
We're very sensitive, of course, to our customers and time in the construction where it doesn't interfere with traffic, especially on the busier days and on to the weekends. But we're moving to all electronic tolling. I know, Don, we've talked about that for a few years now, but it's good to see shovels in the ground and dirt moving around and ultimately eliminating cash collection, making it a more efficient and safer ride for our patrons.
Do you have any idea what percentage of people, ballpark, still pay by cash? And that seems... Now, I'm the cash guy with these producers all the time. Some of them are walking around right now without cash. And we had an event we did, Steve, the other day, and one of them, the guy in the parking lot said, "It's cash, buddy, in Phoenixville." "Well, can't we pay?" And he went through a whole litany. He said, "It's cash." So how many people are still trying to pay by cash? Do you have an idea?
10.2%. So
Wow.
89.8 of our folks are using Easy Pass.
Right.
And nothing will change. If you're an Easy Pass customer today, and if you're not, we hope you do. We have our customer service center here at the Farley
Easy to
Service
do. I've
Plaza.
seen it, yeah.
Get your transponder if you got to get your account straightened out. Or
Don't
have
say
any questions.
transponder. These people are thinking you're going to put something that's the Jetsons on top of the car. What is a transponder? Quickly.
It's the reader that goes on your windshield. Just let you know you paid your toll. You're good to go.
You stick it on there, and then you forget about it for years.
Forget about it, yep.
But still about 10% that are engaged in that.
Yeah, we see usually about 1% a year that moves over to Easy Pass. We're getting ready to hit a pretty large marketing campaign. We think that's going to jump up even higher in the coming months.
And how much is it Egg Harbor for a car, routine car now? Because we used to call it the $3 toll. I was told just call it the Egg Harbor Plaza. What is it up to?
$4.60.
$4.60.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're going to keep it under $5? Can you tell us that?
This year for sure.
Yeah.
And time to come.
And there is a customer service center here, Steve, where you can open your Easy Pass account and do all other kinds of things.
Yeah, instead of calling in and having to wait on the phone line for 45 minutes or however long it might take, you come in, we'll take care of you immediately and get you on your way.
Any other highlights that we left out? What else is happening in the near future here?
Once again, continued construction. We're being very sensitive to when we do it because we want people to enjoy the summer here, be safe, come back.
Let's talk about that for a moment. I'm always interested in that. You could put me in charge of it. Urgency is my watchword. You can probably determine that, right? And there's nothing worse. I don't know about you. It goes nuts when you get into one of these stalled things and we realize you're trying to. I see a lot going to the shore at night. Almost all of it is at night.
Yep.
How do you determine what you have to do where there's going to be some inconvenience and you know that? Give us the process. Is it analytical guys in a room dealing with this? Yeah, there are all kinds of equations. What do you do?
Yeah, so we have traffic consultants. They're the pros. They tell us what we're going to look like for how long a construction project may take.
Right.
Our construction folks, of course, we're always putting out the word via media, whether it's the 511 system or press release or otherwise. We don't want to surprise anybody. Unfortunately, there are times, whether it be an accident or emergency construction, where we have to, unfortunately.
Why would you have emergency construction? What is
unfortunately, if somebody were to hit one of the guide rails or emergency work need to be done, some immediate repair for safety.
There is some rhyme and reason is what I'm saying here to this.
Yeah, well, look, we want people to come back as much as they can, as often as they can, so we want to make it a convenient experience as possible.
And just a final question. I may have asked you this every year, though. I truly meant that about the Atlantic City Expressway. Route 70, I remember driving in Kansas in a thunderstorm, was very much like this. You just put the car on it, you can be going pretty good speed. And it's noticeable. You're not all over the place. What is it? Just the genius of the construction? I mean, it's better, I would argue, than any road that I've driven on, at least around here.
Yeah, so when the road was constructed in 1964, the engineers, the builders did a wonderful job, and we reap the benefit of that even today. So any maintenance issues we have, reconstructions issue we have, are minor compared to what you see for a lot of the current construction.
What's your commentary as an aficionado and as the czar of the roads on the Schuylkill Expressway? Do you ever have to drive it?
I try and stay in South Jersey as much as I can. I love it here, Don, whether I'm down North Wildwood or in Gloucester County.
Oh, you're a North Wildwood guy. I'll have to look. If it's a problem, we're in North Wildwood, too. We'll see you.
Yep, 1947. Right. I'll look forward to it.
Okay, Steve, thank you. Thanks
Tom,
so much,
always
Steve.
Good to be with you. Happy summer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks. And, boy, you can do a lot here at the Farley. The Customer Service Center is waiting for you on your trip to the shore. Take care of your Easy Pass. If you are one of that 10%. Now, Dan, explain this to me while Steve's here, and Henry, too. Dan, you wouldn't go anywhere without using the Easy Pass, right? You wouldn't be using cash for that ever.
No.
Right?
No, I don't know who's still using cash on the expressway. Like I pull in sometimes, and I'll come over the Walt Whitman Bridge, and there'll be like a long line for the cash toll. I'm like, who the hell is doing this still? It makes no sense to
me.
See, I'm in agreement.
Why?
With
You don't have Easy
I'm
Pass?
that person. I'm in that 10%. No, I don't have the Easy Pass. I pull over at the toll, give them a few bucks,
Dude,
and that's what I do.
You're wasting like a couple hours of your year, I feel like, by waiting in these stupid toll hours. Yeah, when you add it all together, yeah.
I'm in agreement, Dan. For once, I'm in agreement with you.
I'm driving down here every weekend.
There's no way I would get in those lines to do that. I'm about convenience, but cash gives you freedom, too. Realize that. Thank you, Steve, very much. Thanks again, Steve. Thank you. Steve Doherty. Let me go to Drew in Upper Darby. And Drew is one of our favorites, and he is not here at the Farley Plaza today. There's a reason, though. Hey, Drew, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, thank you for all your kind words, man. It hit me yesterday. It's an honor to talk to you. It really is. Dom, I would love to be there with you, but every Memorial Day, I make a commitment, and I'm proud to do it. I put flags on our great veterans' graves, and it's an honor to do it. But it just takes the weekend, and it's cool, man. It really is cool. Like there's a cemetery right behind my house. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, Drew, thank you for doing that because maybe surprisingly or not, many towns don't have that volunteers or apparatus to do that anymore. It just doesn't happen. How many do you put out? Where do you put them out?
Right. It's called the Montrose Cemetery. It's in Upper Darby on Westchester Pike. And, Don, you'd be surprised how many forgotten veterans are there. And, like, I didn't know it until I started doing it some 25 years ago. If you ever see a marker in a graveyard that says GAR, like, you know, the markers World War I, World War II, this says GAR. And I'm like, what is GAR? GAR is Grand Army of the Republic. It's for our Union soldiers. You know, and it's fascinating. You know, there's World War I guys, there's Spanish, and who knows that these folks are even there, you know, so it's pretty cool, you know.
Absolutely. How about Vietnam War? You know, the farther we get away from it, things have calmed down on that front. I remember when the Veterans Memorial was built downtown, a lot of intensity. Do you see a lot of Vietnam veterans now?
Yeah, that is calmed down. You know, I'm too young to remember, but I heard stories. The particular American Legion I go to, like when the Vietnam War, upon its conclusion, a lot of the guys really weren't welcome. You know, there was hostility. Yeah. However, it's pretty. You know, now we're all one. You know, Dom, and it's fascinating, the camaraderie.
Absolutely. Well, Drew, thank you so much for that. Give us what's your. Do you have a road trip for today?
Yes, Tom. You know what the old saying goes: if I knew then what I know now about this town, I was out there years ago, but I didn't realize it. It's Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and Carlisle, Pennsylvania is the northernmost point where the Confederate soldiers reached. It also has an old fort that was built by Hessian soldiers, and there's the Army War College is there. It's the oldest military post in the country, and here's my favorite artifact about this town. It's the home of an Indian school where Jim Thorpe attended.
Oh boy, you got me with Jim Thorpe. You know, I'm with Jim Thorpe, boy. And no athlete like that.
You're certainly right. And there is a statue of Molly Pitcher. Molly Pitcher was noted for in the Battle of Monmouth, New Jersey. She would bring pitchers of water to the great Revolutionary soldiers. So, and it's not far. Carlisle.
Gotcha. Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Drew. Coming up, our buddy Neil Zorn, as we head into the summer season. What's good that's on TV? And then I see he's here now. We're going to talk in person with Dave Koski. His move to get a real World War II hero recognized with the Congressional Medal of Honor. All right, big day here at the Farley Plaza, 855-839-1210. You're next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Nowadays, everybody's got to go to shrinks and counselors.
This is not good. Worlds are colliding.
Work is bullshit. The work is mysterious and important.
Pivot! You will respect my authority. And now, Neil Zorin with What's on TV.
All right, it is Dom time, and it's great always to talk with Neil Zorin. He recognized me for something recently. I think it was longevity, something like that in his column, and it was duly noted. Let's bring in our TV man about town, Neil Zorin. Thank you, Neil. Thanks for that column that captured people that are across still in radio. Preston and Steve, things like that. It was very good.
Well, it's not only people who are still in radio. It's people who are known for being in radio, because one of the things that's happening, there's a lot of attrition at local radio stations, and people who have been on the air for years are being laid off. And I don't mean that as an omen of any kind, but I was pointing to the people who are known to be stars. There used to be a lot of radio stars in this market, and so I was talking, and you were one of them that I pointed. I said there are niche markets. So what is going to survive, I think, in radio is the niche station.
You say there, you are one of the most elevated writers and people about town. You said niche markets.
It's niche.
Not niche.
It's niche. It's niche, Neil.
Markets. This man is certified by, he's interviewed everybody in the world. Bob Hope, have you interviewed him, Neil?
Yes.
Yes. Angela Lansbury. Neil, did you interview Angela Lansbury?
Yes.
There you go. I could keep on, Your Honor, forever.
It's still
if
niche, Tom. It's still niche.
It's niche.
Yeah, I've had lunch with Betty Davis.
Yeah, wait a minute. Betty Davis eyes. I strike that from the record, Dan.
John Wayne.
Oh, all right, Dan, have you ever had lunch with John Wayne?
Well, John Wayne's definitely a niche kind of guy. I'm just saying. John Wayne's saying niche.
I could just see John Wayne looking at Dan saying, Pilgrim, get down and give me 50 push-ups.
Well, he was nicer than that. But that's beside the point. No, and as a matter of fact, I'm about to reread an interview I did with George Wendt. So I remember the interview, but I wanted to get specific things from it because of doing an obit on him.
Neil, let's place Cheers and Norm in that conversation. The bust-out stars that came from that. Yeah, he passed away at the age of 76 this week.
So sad.
We'll devote a side question to him next week, I think. Neil, the significance of Cheers.
Well, it was a show that that brought comedy back into vogue after the Norman Lear and Grant Tinker eras. I think there was a dead period of comedy. It wasn't coming through. And I think Cheers, and then what followed Cheers in terms of Friends and Seinfeld that came a few years after that, built a comedy block. There's the Cosby Show in there too, but that is not sort of the same type of show as Cheers. So I think with Cheers, with this great theme song and its great characters, brought a new audience to the sitcom that had basically basically faded for a while. And there was the All in the Family era and Mary Tyler Moore era. Then there was the Happy Days, Three's Company, and Laverne and Shirley, those ABC shows. Then there was sort of a dry spell, and I think Cheers brought that back. I think people just love the characters. I mean, one of my favorite scenes from Cheers involves George Wendt and Norm, because Fraser has brought his baby to Cheers, and he's being berated by Lilith. How can he bring a baby in here? Blah 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 blah. And what's he going to hear and what's he going to do? And she said, well, luckily he can't even talk. And then George Wendt walks in. He goes, Norm. And the baby points to him. So, I mean,
I saw that this week.
I think that's the whole thing about a place to get away and where everybody knows your name. I think Cheers was someplace a show that people like to watch because they were really interested in the characters, what the characters had to say, and there was a big variety there between everybody from Sam to Norm to John Ratzenberger to Fraser himself, who you just don't think as being part of the Cheers group.
Without a doubt. So, Neil, now this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, some more downtime. People have some time they might want to spend. We haven't talked in a good bit. I like The Residents. The last time we talked on Netflix, there were a couple things. The Last of Us, we've talked about. Henry and I liked it pretty much, although there are a couple things now that have taken a turn for the worse. But what are you watching? What couple things right now would you recommend?
Well, because it's Memorial Day weekend, the best of the new war-related shows is, as something I did mention before, The Narrow Road to Deep North, which is on Prime. That's about World War I, but it also takes place after the war. You see somebody who's drawn pictures of the war, who has an art book. So you have like three different eras there and three different storylines. But it's good because it goes from battle scene to the domestic life in Australia. And I think it tells a really nice story about the people who were in the war and then what happened as people tell the story about the war 40 years later. So I think that's my favorite of the new pieces. I was also fond of John Hamm's show, Your Friends and Neighbors. In The Residents, I like the jauntiness of The Residents. I like that you mentioned Angela Lansbury before, and there are two shows that remind me of Angela Lansbury in this period. And one is The Residents, because the detective is so ironic and so witty in how she goes about solving what is a murder in the White House. We should tell people there's a murder in the White House, and she has to solve it. And but what I haven't found is the show that grabs me. So I'm enjoying The Residents, and I like The Last of Us, and I really like The Narrow Road to Deep North. But I keep looking for the show that's going to grab me, and I see. Well, let's see. Nathan Lane and Matt Bomer and Nathan Lee Graham are doing this show called Mid-Century Modern, and it's sort of like a middle-aged gay Golden Girls, but it was terrible. It was terrible. It even had a laugh track, which drove me crazy. And the same thing happened when I watched the Four Seasons. I thought, okay, I wasn't a huge fan of the 1981 movie, but let's see what it is. But I found it to be like the type of glamour that you have in The Bachelorette, where it's sort of everything was fake. I mean, I know you might not agree with me, but when the best actor in the piece is Steve Carell, there's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So
especially
Neil,
Coleman Domingo is there too.
Yeah, I just wanted to relive too, though, as far as when something really grabs you. I can almost remember, because I wrote it down, and then I just consumed it on that one Saturday, Ozark. I don't know if we're going to find anything in the next 10 years like that moment when you said that, and it just solidified your role forever, though. It was magical.
Well, that's the problem. The problem is that there used to be a Sopranos, followed by a Breaking Bad, followed by I might have the order wrong, followed by a Boardwalk Empire, and then you have the comedies coming like Sex and the City, and then shameless, and the one we can't say over the air, but it ends in creek. And so you have a lot of things happening. They're really good shows, and they sort of show a stamp. They show the best writing in the world is happening on television these days. And then comes streaming, and the dilution, the amount of product you need just dilutes the market to the point that everything fits the definition of mediocre because it's there. So there's some good programs to watch, but they're not great. Like there's a movie on right now called Known As, and I was attracted to it because I thought it had Susan Sarandon, Lorraine Bracco, Talia Shire, and Brenda Vaccaro, all of whom are Oscar nominees, and one of whom, Sarandon's an Oscar winner, and Vince Vaughn. And it's a very nice show about a man who decides to open an Italian restaurant in honor of his mother, and hires real known-as, doesn't hire chefs, goes around to people he knows and around the neighborhood in Staten Island and Brooklyn and finding known-as. It's a warm thing, it's a pleasant thing, but it's not great. And that's what I'm finding with a lot
it's
of
great.
things.
I saw it, Neil. It's great for one reason. They consistently use gravy, not sauce. That's why it's great.
You don't want to go. You don't want to go to. And I want to go up to Staten. And I know there is now a Enoteco Maria. I want to go there because I love doing that. I love looking for things like that.
Neil,
so
where do we find all things Neil Zorn?
And the other thing I'm watching is Poker Face. I'll say that you can see me in the Delaware County Daily Times and local papers. And the other thing I'm looking forward to, by the way, just is Tom Yamas coming to NBC News, see if that changes anything. And the other thing I want to mention before you run is at 7 p.m. on June 7th, so this is Saturday, CNN is going to run live from Broadway, George Clooney, and Good Night and Good Luck. He's playing.
I'm looking forward to that. Even though I'm not a Clooney fan, I don't think he's worthy of that role, just saying. And I think he colored his hair for this. It doesn't look so slick. Not that I'd be following that. But I am really looking forward to that, Neil, though. That is going to be a real good event.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, you don't have to like George Clooney to watch him act. You can love him on the stage and hate him off the stage if you like.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neil Zorn. Coming up, we're going to talk with Dave Koski. I've been telling you about this drive to recognize a World War II hero right here from the 7-mile zone, I will call it here. I'm not a sure guy, so I don't know what that is. I'll ask Dave Koski next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
You look so very pretty when we met in Ocean City, like someone oh so easy to adore. I sang this little ditty on our way through Ocean City, heading south along the Jersey Shore, on the way to Cape May.
All right, classic here. Dan at the controls, Henry with me. Dom Giordano Show at the Farley Plaza with Dave Koski. And Dave, we were talking during the break. This is a very crowded Farley Plaza today, and I don't understand it because usually weather not so nice. Last year it was sunny. It wasn't nearly as crowded as this. There's a big farmer's market, a lot to do. What the heck's happening? Why is everybody going to the Jersey Shore?
I was just saying to Henry beforehand, driving up, there's always obviously more traffic on Memorial Day weekend, but it's already backed up, like a mid-July weekend.
Absolutely.
Which is great for the shore.
Yeah, exactly. So, Dave, before we talk about your latest crusade, I'll call it that because I think it's worthy of it, this 7 Mile Beach hero, Steve Ludlam. First of all, some of the bosses you work for are a Hall of Fame. One you didn't get along with. I don't think I know of him, and I can imagine, based upon what I've heard, Katz? It was a little bit. But you also work for Pat Croce, who is demanding of himself, but seemed like a good guy to work for, would not be demanding in the sense of a dictator demanding.
Well, by the way, Pat Croce today from 4 to 5, Pete and Chicky and Pete's are picking up. Well, I think the first person to do that was Pat Croce.
Ah, okay.
Probably in 1998.
Okay.
He went and stood in the toll booth and paid tolls for about an hour or two for cars going in, pick up
was
the
he
tolls.
the Sixers then or no?
Yes,
a Sixers stunt. Well, we need him back at the Sixers, obviously.
That was one of his first attempts to really set the city on its ear, and
he did.
Was Memorial Day weekend, and that's what it was this weekend.
Right,
and he went there and paid tolls and.
Well, he also walked to the top of the Walt Whitman or Ben Franklin to put the banner, and every time I drive by there, I think of that.
Well, he also painted he went up to paint the Conley water tower on, out in Conshohocken on the curve there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's one boss. How was he?
He was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. He's Pat.
So then you work for another big-time boss, Donald Trump.
Well, before Pat.
Before Pat, okay.
Yes.
And that was casino business?
Yes, I was one of his vice presidents at Trump Plaza.
Okay, what was that like?
As I've told lots of people, that was in the shortest period of time, the most education I had ever gotten from a marketing standpoint.
Well, wait a minute. That's why I brought it up. You talk about two marketeers, Trump and Croce.
Exactly.
I think Croce matches them, not the money and resources and all
different
that, but it's for different kinds of marketeer.
Different kinds.
Yeah. So you then put into play a lot of these things we saw in sports, casinos, etc.
I certainly learned from both. Yes.
I got to ask, Dave, were you the guy that brought WrestleMania to Trump Plaza?
No, actually, WrestleMania was my first event at Trump Plaza. I was there though for Holyfield Foreman when we had George represent our all-you-can-eat buffet at the time. he was on billboards.
Was everything on the buffet
City.
made with a Foreman grill?
He was on. This was before the Foreman grill.
Okay.
He was on billboards up and down the expressway, inviting you all to come to Trump Plaza for all you could eat at the buffet, and it was
unbelievable. So now you've morphed into, how many papers is it at the Jersey Shore?
We have the 7 Mile Times and the Seattle Times.
Okay. And the 7 Mile Times I have in front of me, it's a great compendium, my goodness, of what's happening at the Jersey Shore this summer.
The amazing thing is like that issue that you have in front of you, we'll distribute 32,000 copies, which in the world of print these days is pretty substantial.
And one of the things you're doing with the paper, too, to get started here, and we're talking off-air and with listeners, very appropriate for Memorial Day. Why did you seize upon this hero from the 7 Mile Beach? How did that come about? World War II, Steve Ludlam, what did he do?
If you can read his story. In fact, for the folks in radio, it's online, too, so they can read it online. But he was just a high school kid from Stone Harbor who went to school up in the West Town School up in Chester County for high school, and turned 18 in October. December 3rd, got a draft notice, had a report to Ocean City, reported for duty, for the draft. On January 4th, he was on a train on the way to basic training in Florida, and pretty much never came back again. He got one furlough, and he was wounded over in Europe. And then, if you take a look at his story, he got both the Silver Cross and a Purple Heart because he held down a position on a frozen field in France and held off a German machine gun battery for 45 minutes. And we were lucky enough to work with a historian from his company who went back and checked all the records from those days. And he was, I guess what really, as we were researching the story, what really hit home is we read some of the letters that he wrote home, and he essentially was a kid who, he missed his boat, he missed fishing, he missed his girlfriend, he missed his mom and dad, and, suddenly he's 3,000 miles away. And
this is a very significant period, though, that we know. When you mention the frozen field in France, holding that off, that's the time, it's the Battle of the Bulge-esque to me of what was going on, the last big counteroffensive of the war. And I take your point, too. Here's a guy, it's almost the end of the war, killed in this type of action.
At such an early part of his life, too.
Exactly.
I mean, he's
was he involved in Normandy, the storming of any of that, or the approach?
Their company was not. They were. There's a full rundown of all the battles they were in, and like I said, he was actually wounded at one point, and the historian of his company was surprised that he wasn't sent home for that. He was in a hospital for 2 months in France, and then sent right back to the front again. And it's, as Memorial Day comes around, we all think about it at the beginning of summer, and I know at the time that we first started researching this, I still had kids that were around that age, and very easily relatable to when you see.
What's the progress on this? So, Dave, you've contacted, of course, the big guy.
We just literally just started. We sent it to President Trump and to Jeff Van Drew, and really where the idea came from was I saw the ceremony last year when they were giving, they call it the Medal of Honor now, but it used to be called the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Right.
And
he changed, by the way, I like the Congressional Medal of Honor. I'll tell you why. Too many changes in history and all. People forget here's what they say. Oh, the Medal of Honor, is that different? Everybody knows still the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's the thing that stands out there. And I've learned, I didn't know this before talk radio, you don't win it. Never say that. You know, you're given it, you're honored, you're a recipient of it, that kind of thing. And it's such a club. They're horrible on the radio, Dave, because and this guy would be a horrible radio guest. I'll tell you why. They're such heroes, they don't talk about it. Not just because they don't want to, they're just the type of guys that did their duty and did it in an unbelievable manner, and they don't need to amplify it.
Yeah.
And this strikes me as that type of story.
From everything that I've heard from people who knew him as a kid in Stone Harbor, he was just a very, very special person. And you know, it's then the reason that we started pushing for the Medal of Honor was because unfortunately, as time goes by, a lot of those folks that knew him unfortunately have passed or are passing now, and not as many people know him or know the sacrifice that he made. And we just think that it would be nice to remind everybody of the sacrifice that this teenager made on behalf of all of us.
Yeah, it seems that, too, the Medal of Honor, it becomes sort of a thing to amplify a particular war or particular circumstances, and we're kind of moving away from World War II in that. So this was a good way to remind us.
There were people last year that were posthumously honored, and that's what kind of caught my attention. That, along with, it seemed like there were a lot of political donors, too, and I thought people like this were certainly much more deserving than political donors, but call me crazy.
Exactly. So have you set up, are you going to set up a website toward this, or what's the push? What do we do? What can we do? We're going to, through our sources, say, have you seen this? Because I think once Trump sees it, I think he'll take a close look at this and put it in with the proper authorities.
Right now, what we intend to set up a web page, but in the meantime, we're just asking folks if they could send an email to either Jeff Van Drew, or you can go online. You can send an email to the White House too, and just try to get enough attention to it that hopefully.
What's the best place to see where to send the emails, Jeff? Or we'll put it up on all of our stuff. I mean, Dave, where do we go?
If you just Google the White House, they have how you can email. And of course they have the mailing address too, but it's so much easier today. And Jeff Van Drew has a link on his congressional website as well too.
All right, he's already on it.
Yes.
Okay.
So like I said, hopefully between the two of them, I think Jeff is probably the one, and this is Jeff's. Obviously, Stone Harbor is Jeff's territory.
Sure.
And oddly enough, it was about 8 or 10 years ago, Donald and Melania were in Stone Harbor, and by a weird twist, they were at Ocean Galleries, which
right there on 96,
right off 96,
right on 96, yeah.
And that was back in the day the place where that was the Western Union office, where the telegram arrived to notify the family. Wow. It's just bizarre.
Exactly. Well, we will definitely continue this, and we got to get an update from you at Mulligan's official invitation on June 20th. We'll have you there and do that. And
we'll there last year. We'll be there again.
We'll put this up on Twitter, and we'll start to talk about it more, Dave.
Great.
So,
and if anybody wants to read, they can go to just 7miletimes.com.
7miletimes.com.
New number, all words. 7miletimes.com. And the story's online, and the photos are also very moving too when you see the.
And is that in this edition, or is
yes,
it?
Yes, it's in this edition.
The summer edition.
The Memorial Day edition.
Memorial Day edition. Okay, 7miletimes.com. 7miletimes.com. We'll continue to do this. Keep us in the loop on this.
We appreciate it. Thanks.
This is a very worthy story, and I like the way that you're couching it. It's sort of in honor of all these faceless, I didn't know about this guy, that performed in this kind of manner, not some movie type of thing. That just, it's symbolic of that.
it was obviously made such a difference in our worlds. These guys, all these guys did.
Exactly right. Dave, thank you. Thank you very much.
Dom. Thank you.
All right, more coming up here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. It's, Dave, if you hang there for a minute, we can talk. It's time for what?
Money Melody.
So money gone.
All right, we're playing for something today. Yes, we're playing for a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. All right, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, today I thought I'd celebrate the shore a little bit since you're sitting there on the Atlantic City Expressway. Let's go down to Atlantic City and we're going to celebrate a woman who actually holds a key to Atlantic City. She was so involved in the jazz scene at the time, performing at Club Harlem and the Steel Pier back in the 40s and 50s, left such an impact there, and actually visited Chicken Bone Beach, the famous beach down there, and made an appearance. So, Dom, who is this singer, an all-time legend, who's tied in with Atlantic City in one way or another, actually having a key to the city that's displayed in the Smithsonian? We want to know who this singer is, Dom. Take a listen.
Gotta go right. Talk about your troubles, it's a crying sin. Ride a painted pony, watch the spinning wheel spin. You got no money, got no home. Spinning wheel all alone.
Very recognizable voice there. So again, we're looking for the singer, Dom. It's a cover artist today. Well, not a cover artist, but she is an all-time legend, and she holds a key to Atlantic City. Who is that singer today?
All right, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210 will get you that $50 gift card here on Talk Radio 1210.
Reflect inside, just to let it shine within your mind and show you the colors that read.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2016. What impressed me about the Crash Proof events was that Crash Proof presented us with hard facts. It's just impossible to have a steady income from the stock market. And if the market crashes, then I would lose most of my retirement money. With Crash Proof Retirement, I'll take money out to go on a cruise and I'll still have money in my account. And it's great because I can take the money out and the interest keeps building money for me. And I have not had to pay any fees. If the stock market goes under, my interest will remain the same. I won't lose anything. My money is safe and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I've got peace of mind, so I can take all the cruises I want.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Dom Giordano Show. Just a reminder as we start to head into summer, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about the drinking water these days. Do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system that removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural water. Not only is the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They will put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, they'll test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They will take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com. Call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. We have Dwayne, but whichever guy you get or woman, Dwayne is unbelievable. Just a tip, tell them Dom G sent you. All right, let's hear again the clue.
Any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, connected to AC, who is this singer?
What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel, gotta go round. Talk about your troubles, it's a crying sin. Ride a painted pony, watch the spinning wheel spin. You got
Okay, let's go to Jeff in King of Prussia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jeff, good afternoon. Who's the singer?
Hey, guys, good afternoon. I want to say Ella Fitzgerald.
Yes, it is Ella Fitzgerald. Dan, if you place them on hold here, we will get Jeff a $50 gift card for the great Gallows Seafood and Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. We'll have one more today for our winner of the week when we take all the answers to the side question. Today's is give us that all-time road trip. You know, could be relatively brief. We've had some that were a little bit longer in our general area. That's what we're looking for. All right, in front of us here today, come on over, Scott. Scott of Mount Laurel, yeah. The winner of the Caller of the Year in a fierce battle, one of the highlights of this year. And a guy that's been able to work the word gazelle in with John Kruk around the issue of Kruk hitting a triple once, which seems highly remarkable. Scott, thanks for coming over today. What are you headed to the shore? What's your shore point?
I don't live too far from here, so I figured I'd just come down and check out the farmer's market, grab a couple things, and see you guys, of course, was the main attraction.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much. And some sports stories this week, and you're a guy we go to for a lot of sports stuff. Can you think of any play? You're still coaching big-time high school basketball. There's nothing that's happened in basketball. This goes back to Wilt Chamberlain. That's the only thing I can think of where Wilt was so good, they tried to make it difficult for him by putting in all kinds of rule changes. Didn't really stop him, just made it more difficult. This is outrageous, though. They never just centered on taking a play out that I remember.
What's so disappointing is it's really a reflection, in a sense, on society stuff that we talk about on your show all the time, is that
The old days, you would copy what they did. West Coast offense, it was great. Bill Walsh, everybody started doing it. Buddy Ryan defense, you started doing it. You tried to figure out how to stop it. So instead of competing and trying to figure out how to defeat it or how to use it to your advantage, they want to go to their mommy and say, no, it's not fair. He can't do it anymore. And that's just disappointing.
Yeah, that's a great point. We realize Jalen Hurts, but it's unprecedented. I'm writing about it. It's a societal thing. The NFL, 22 teams have been exposed as whiners, complainers. Do we still think the NFL then is really the highest level of just all out? They don't care about anything but competition across society, or is there something? The Navy SEALs certainly are not going to say, hey, the communist Chinese are doing something different. UN outlaw that because we can't compete?
No, the UN would go after us probably.
Yeah, exactly. It is unprecedented to me.
I guess it's happened before. I heard Ray Dinger talking about with the Mel Blount rule. They felt that their defense was too good. So now I think part of it is they wanted to make the game more exciting and open up the passing game. And it's kind of the same way in baseball. They got rid of the shift because they thought it was bad for the game.
Well, they shouldn't have, though. I don't know about you. Hey, you got to figure out how to play. You got to hit the ball the other way. That's it. Yeah.
You have to figure this thing out. And that was the whole thing with like I said, anything else in the history of sports is that you figure out how to combat it or you use it to your advantage. And eventually, they don't last forever. Eventually people figure out how to handle it. But I'm glad it stayed. But it was ridiculous that these teams it's in their head, though. I think that'll help us during the season.
Yeah, one more year, and I think the Eagles are going to exploit it in opening games and all. We're going to see them do more stuff. We're going to see. We haven't talked. I don't think you've been on the big, beautiful bill, and we have Michael Watley on, head of the RNC, summarizing for it. I didn't sugarcoat it, but I told him, people are on board with this. We get the big picture. We don't like it. Now, you're in Jersey, so we're going to have the polygraph at Mulligan's this year. The head of the police of Abington, I don't know if you knew that.
June 20th.
I'll give you one of the questions, all Jersey residents. Are you okay with a $10,000 SALT rebate on the federal tax, or do you really want 40 and you don't care about the rest of us?
Well, it depends.
Polygraph.
If it's an either or.
Yes.
I mean, I'd take one for the team, for the country, and take the 10,000.
All right,
and make
Henry,
it better
that
for the
polygraph's
country.
not working here. He's out. Yeah.
But the reality is, like you said earlier in the show, I mean, there should be no cap on it. I mean, you know, everybody. Look, we're all overtaxed. It's all out of control. The government has way too much power. That's what people don't realize.
Well, I can make the case. It is worse in Jersey, and we get why people like you stay in Jersey. There's a real sense of place, food, the color, the music, everything about that versus moving to some blah place. It's why I live in Philadelphia. It's my defense, I guess, sort of, even though it's waning a little bit. I want to be there to antagonize Larry Krasner, too. So, Scott, though, I think it's going to get pushed back to 20, and I think everybody will be happy. Is there something in there, though, that you think potentially is a deal breaker that you've seen?
Nothing in particular, and I'm actually surprised that the Democrats haven't come up with anything. You know, usually they come up with, you're
they have no
taking something
leverage
from the children, or you're doing something.
But they have no. Let's play that, though, Dan. Here is Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi making the point of what her life is about. Dan, this is cut 14. Here's what Nancy Pelosi said.
It's because my whole mission in politics is about the children, for the children. And I went from housewife to House Speaker, or from the kitchen to the Congress for the children, because 1 in 5 children in America was living in poverty and going to sleep hungry at night. Now this bill comes along and makes matters worse.
Where's the news person there?
Not the truth.
That doesn't interject something in there, Madam Speaker. You might say you've gone over, but something.
I think she left out the part where she became the inside trader.
Yeah, Well, that's where we were going.
And how about send your money to the poor people that you've made off your inside trading?
That is the thing.
The hunger problem.
Right. Even though Congress has complete control and they don't want to investigate themselves, I think we're going to see in the very near future, and one of them is a Republican, this Bresnahan guy who I haven't had on. I don't know. He makes hundreds and hundreds of trades almost all day long.
And they always seem to call it just right at just the right time.
They're 5 times what my advisor would know. Yeah, well, that doesn't seem like.
Well, that's what's great about what they're trying to do with what Trump's trying to do is cut the size and scope of government. The less they're involved in. I mean, look, there's always going to be some corruption.
Right.
You know, the whole necessary evil, like Thomas Paine said. And that's just what we're dealing with. But it's blown up so much that they control every aspect of our lives, and there's no end to it. And
these are minuscule insider things they get, but they have real value to know what particular stocks are going to do. It could be something we don't even follow, even with all of talk radio. We don't know what's going on.
And most cases nobody would ever notice.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, these guys the job should not be so lucrative. They should come there because they're doing, you know, they talk about that they're serving.
Right.
That's way out the window. That's like an old school thing when they were serving. They weren't making any money from doing it, and they did it to be patriotic or whatever. Or not maybe they did it for their own ego or whatever, but they still weren't going to make a career out of it. And how do these guys go in with a net worth of, you know, $100,000 and come out in 10 years with a net worth of $12 million? I mean, and on a $100,000 a year salary. It's not.
It's magical. Yeah. It definitely is.
A magical way.
So, Scott, you're going to be doing any Philly stuff coming up?
I didn't win the auction for that.
No! Come on now!
So we should have done a GoFundMe. We'll do that next time. But no, I won another event.
What was the bid? Do you know on being on there?
Yeah, the TV one went for a little over $10,000 this year.
Oh my God!
You know, if I hadn't done it before, I might have ponied up. But since I've done it, I was like, and I bid on another event where I'm going to play at Top Golf with Nick Castellanos and my grandson. So that.
Do you need a fourth there?
Well, his son is the fourth.
Oh, that's come on, awesome. Kick the kid out there. I'll hit the wedge for the kid. Come on.
Out. So that'll be on the headline.
Wait a minute, it's you, Castellanos,
his son, and I'll bring my grandson.
Kick the grandson out there. Come on.
Yeah,
Dom will wear one of those little hats that has a twirly thing on the top, and he can act like a 10-year-old. There you go.
I mean, does Nick Castellanos, though, going to be a little bit, let's see, pulling the ball, I would think.
You know? I'm sure he's going to be a good golfer. You
think so?
All those guys.
He's got the kind of waggle with his swing and all that. He would be a good golfer.
I'll need my binoculars to see where the ball goes, too, I'm sure.
So when are you doing that?
They haven't given us a date yet. Okay. We haven't figured that out. Now, Dan, when am I going to teach you how to shoot foul shots?
That's right.
I'm no hope. I'm no hope, Scott. I apologize. I would love to take you up on the offer.
Oh, no. I want to see some of this at Mulligan's.
I tell you, I live, 15 minutes from Deptford. I can get a gym anytime. Just let me know.
Could you turn me into an 80% shooter?
What are you shooting now?
70.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
80. Pick up 10%. Okay. We're going to get Dan to 70, though. That's our big goal.
That's the moon. That's like Joe Biden and the cancer cure moonshot. Right. I got to see that.
As
70%.
long as you don't promise to get me dunking, because that's never going to happen.
No, I'm not planning on bringing.
How about Henry? Can we get him to the 80%?
The funniest thing is
that's debatable.
How am I in this?
Yeah.
Are you really? Are you shooting?
Do you find that credible? 90%. Come on, what are the percentages?
I've always been an elite free throw shooter.
But how many guys in the NBA shot 90% last year?
Probably not many.
Curry, maybe.
Yeah, a couple, but
all right. So we're dealing with Stephen Curry here, and he's producing. Unlikely here, isn't it?
I want to see it.
Okay, I want to see.
I need a hoop.
Let's get that. Okay.
Get me a ball right now.
I believe him. He sounds confident to me. I believe him.
Dan,
only 5 players. Only 5 players in the entirety of the NBA shot over 90% last season.
All right, good thing I don't play in the NBA. That'd be 6.
Yeah, there you go. The only problem is you have to get to the line.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's another issue.
All right, Scott, thank you so much.
Thanks for
all the
support.
support.
I appreciate it.
You're the defending champion. There's a bullseye on your back. These guys mean business. The big callers.
I don't know. We'll see if I have to follow the Earl precedent.
Joe of Columbus is coming after you here. He's the guy.
Sure. Robert Ben Salo.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great call.
Some studs out there.
We'll see you at Dom Day, Scott.
Definitely.
Scott
June 20th, I'll be there.
All right, Scott of Mount Laurel. Here's how you get in. We still haven't gotten a winner in our minds yet. On the side question today, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You can push pound 1210. Thank you very much here. So, Dan, 90% foul shooting. What are the odds on YouTube? What are people saying?
Sorry, what'd you say? I was just screening the caller.
Oh, yeah, not 90% foul shooting with Henry?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Comments.
No. Steph Curry, Damian Lillard, Kyrie Irving, Kobe White, and Anthony Simmons.
How many free throws would I have to shoot to prove it?
And Henry Machette.
Yeah, no.
If you want me to shoot 100 free throws and I'll get back to you?
I'd like to see a competition between you and Dom. I'd like to see something on stake here, maybe a pizza bet go in between you and Dom.
I'm more of a guy that thinks if this is legit, 1,000 foul shots.
The one game I could beat you both in, though, is Knockout. You guys ever play Knockout?
Oh, dude, you're toast.
No, if I can play defense in Knockout, if that's allowed. insurance.
Defense?
Yeah, I'm
No,
going
there's
to
no
elbow you out.
defense.
Shoot it, turn around and block me?
Yes, exactly, and throw it out to the court.
Throwing
Yeah.
those pump fakes up then.
All right, so 855-839-1210. We'll get you in. We'll get you in before the end of the show. Jump in now. I think Scott and Michael Watley were in sync today, telling us that, yes, absolutely, the big, beautiful bill has its problems, but it has a lot of upside here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, let me tell you first, though, about Dr. Bentz. Let me tell you about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like about Dr. Bentz is he doesn't offer just one solution. He offers the best choices. He can decide what's right for you. He did with me, and that was a dental implant that I had done recently. It's a process. It's coming along tremendously. I decided that after looking at a lot of footage, Dr. Bentz, of my teeth, and deciding, we had done everything we could with that. This was not going to work. This was the way to go. Dr. Bentz says that implant journey starts with a comprehensive diagnosis using advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultations based on his years of experience. Dr. Bentz will explain in detail the options available so you can make the right decision for you. It's all up to you to get the smile you really want and the great dental health that we all need. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Weather sponsored by Garden State Earthworks.
The forecast continues to improve with pleasant conditions for the holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny, still the chance for a scattered shower in the afternoon, high around 66. Tonight, partly cloudy, cool tonight with a low of around 50. For Saturday, partly sunny and breezy, high again near 66. And nice on Sunday, sun and clouds with a high near 70.
Do you have water on your property giving you a headache? Soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution, at 856-848-4444.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy. And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A Philadelphia woman faces up to 6 months in prison after she's convicted of sneaking onto a flight from New York to Paris. The Phillies begin a weekend series against the A's. First pitch is at 10:05 tonight, and here comes the sun. The forecast is looking brighter for your holiday weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Summertime, 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 summertime.
All right, from the Farley Plaza, the Dom Giordano show. Unbelievable stuff happened here. The sun is back out. It's a wonderful day. And huge crowds coming our way. So people must be going to the Jersey Shore. Don't forget, 4 until 5, there'll be Chicky and Pete's. Pete will be paying your tolls today at the Egg Harbor Toll Plaza. I'll come to the calls in a minute. Just a couple of quick things. We led off the show today. And with Pat Malloy, the great police chief over in Abington, talking about my experience last night over in White Marsh, Bizarro World. It was insane, even more, actually going out there, witnessing it, taking notes, seeing this police chief in the flesh, that they're hell-bent to call off their parade, and they have the 250th coming next year. This guy said it would cost us $200,000 plus, and even then we couldn't get the equipment in time to protect a July 4th parade that's 0.8 of a mile in White Marsh. Something is definitely wrong. Zombies have taken over there. Incredible. We'll stay on that story because at the end of the night they said, well, maybe they'll now meet to reconsider the vote on this. The other thing is this whole thing with Harvard that we talked about today, where the administration is taking away Harvard's ability to bring in foreign students. Good for them. 27% of their students are foreign. And Kristi Noem just posted on Twitter, the administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party on its campus. It's a privilege, not a right, for universities to enroll foreign students and benefit from their higher tuition payments to help pad their multi-billion-dollar endowments. Harvard had plenty of opportunity to do the right thing. It refused. They've lost their student and exchange visitor certification. Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. They are not letting up. Harvard thinks they're the big guy. They have lawyers, too. We'll see about that. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil. Welcome
afternoon.
in.
Thank you. Got three things.
Sure.
I want to know how well you know the difference between sauce and gravy. I think you should do a battle of the sauces and gravy, and you do a blind test.
Oh, determine whether it's a sauce or a gravy?
Yeah, I want to know if you can tell the difference. And you could do restaurants, maybe from your sponsors or whatever, or listeners to provide it. And you do a blind taste test and see if you can tell which ones are gravy and which ones are sauce.
Well, that's an interesting idea. I once had to taste 50, I call them gravies, at an Acme when we had Gravy Fest. Notice it wasn't called Sauce Fest. Way back when on Talk Radio 1210, we actually did an event with 5,000 people at the Wells Fargo Center, and it was called Gravy Fest.
Wow. Huh. Wish I was there, but...
Well, you know, I'm thinking of reviving it. I don't know if Zioli would participate or not. Would he have to have gravy/sauce fest going on?
And I wouldn't even charge to help.
Yeah, I hear you, Phil. Do you have a road trip, Phil?
Yes, but real quick, I put in a FOIA request with our town that is doing a big parade to find out a breakdown of their costs for the parade to see what the actual cost, because $250,000, they've lost their mind.
What's your town? I want to honor it by continuing doing the parade.
New Hope and Upper Black Eddy, where you go up there, do an overnight and canoeing on the Delaware and just going store to store and just, it's a great weekend.
Yeah, New Hope is a great spot. Thank you, Phil. Boy, people are really it's bizarro work. Come on, White Marsh. Come on the show. The guy that was apologizing last night. Dan will put you on. We'll do it on Monday. I'll be on Monday. And you can come on. We'll give you an hour to explain your insanity that you're letting this police chief say there are 28 access points. We need jersey barriers. We need armed people up and down the line. 0.8 of a mile is the parade. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. Hi, Joe.
I would say Batso Village in the Pinelands that supplied like cannonballs and everything during the Revolution.
All right, Joe, put you down for that. All right, it is the lightning round next. 855-839-1210. We'll declare a winner, and we'll pick the winner for the entire week here. It's been a great week with the side question. And Monday, hope you're with us. We will be there. We might replay a little bit of that Dave Koski today because it's moving stuff and stuff we want to recognize and give all the push we can to get this World War II hero to be honored with the Congressional Medal or the Medal of Honor. It is certainly worthy. No better guy. And imagine a guy working for first Donald Trump and then Pat Croce. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at waynerealtypa.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. And we had a caller here, Dom Giordano's show, telling us that the June 11th parade is still on in Upper Moreland. We talked about that. It was off last year. We talked about it with Pat Malloy. They brought it back. Come on, don't lose your mind and your dignity. White Marsh, do we have to come back there again? Do we have to continue talking about this? Because I will. Zombies last night, and the citizens of that town seem to be very engaged. They need better representatives. All right, let me take one more to get in here on the side question. Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what's yours?
Okay, mine is a trip up River Road from New Hope up to Point Pleasant and stop at a bar that used to be there called Applejack's, now a restaurant, where Abby Hoffman used to have meetings there when he was protesting PICO.
Yes, and when he was sponging off everybody in Bucks County, right?
You got that right. And
Yeah.
it was all about PICO dumping hot water into Delaware River.
Yeah,
From a nuclear plant or whatever that was
didn't
all
Abby
about.
Hoffman write the book, Steal This Book?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And also,
Thank
I
you.
wanted to say the Warminster Parade is on for Monday. It'll be throughout Warminster and stop at the VFW, where you once did a personal appearance.
That's exactly right. Thank you for remembering that, Bill. They have a statue out there, Dan, in front of that, another one.
A statue of you?
Yeah, for making a personal appearance in Warminster. They're stopping
I
there
gotta
in
take
the
a picture
parade.
with that thing.
Okay, absolutely. The height is 6'1.25", exactly. All right, Dan, give us. Let's go into and find the winner of this week.
Yeah, so Dom, today we had Sandy Hook, New Jersey from Joe in Columbus. Jim Thorpe as a potential destination. Nearby, Carlisle, Pennsylvania as well from Drew and Upper Darby.
Right.
New Hoper, Upper Black Eddy. I really like Joe in Columbus's reasoning behind Sandy Hook, to be quite honest. I never really thought about going to a shore town in North Jersey because they're so great down there in South Jersey, but it might be worth checking out, Tom.
It was a great call. Yeah, I could go with that one. Henry, did you have anybody in this?
I'd probably second Jim Thorpe.
Okay.
So
All right,
Henry's in favor of Jim Thorpe.
Sandy, okay, let's do that.
Sandy Hook, Joe in Columbus.
Sandy Hook,
Into the
Joe
hat.
in Columbus. Okay, we got you.
Yeah, so Dante,
All right.
so Monday,
Go ahead.
sorry, do you want the week?
Yes.
Yep,
Yes,
Monday,
the
we
week,
asked for an
please.
all-time artifact that you'd love to have. Drew and Upper Darby took the day with Japanese suicide submarines, noting that
Right.
there's still some left in the Pearl Harbor. 520, true story, all-time true story turned into media. Jennifer in Center City suggested our listeners check out Gifted Hands, the Ben Carson story. Interview you'd love Dom Giordano to have. Bill and Bucks won the day with Diddy. All-time nerds yesterday, Jesse and Drexel had said Clark Kent before he turns into Superman, and just heard it, a great day trip to Sandy Hook, New Jersey. So Dom, let's throw him into the hat and let's get that drum roll going. Number 2 today, I got Jennifer, Center City, Gifted Hands, the Ben Carson story for the true story turned into a film, TV show, or song. Congratulations, Jennifer.
That's a $50 gift card to Gallows up there. Thank you, Jim Harvey and the Hard Bar and Gallows. Get the seafood, Rose's favorite. Hey, thanks to Chicky and Pete's. Thanks to Pete Cherokee bringing us this great day here. Even though the weather didn't cooperate, it's been mobbed. Still a lot of stuff here at Farley Plaza, farmers market, flowers, and all kinds of activity for the kids, safety activities to enjoy. And again, 4 until 5, the Egg Harbor Toll Plaza. So stop here for an hour or so and then drive through the toll plaza, paid for you by Chicky and Pete's, as they do every year. It's become great tradition for 1 full hour, and that's a lot more expensive than we first started doing it. Thanks to Dan at home base producing, and Henry here. And we've come out of this with several things, including the polygraph test. It's on. at Mulligan's on the 20th. And, Dan, you can't say, well, you got to be back at the station that day. I can't see how that could happen.
It's got to be back at the station. Sorry, Dom.
We'll bring in, I think there'd be a contribution to pay another producer to come in, and the 300-yard dash, which intrigues me.
First question, does Dom actually think he can beat a bear in a race?
That's true. I do. That's
I don't
not a
believe you.
lie.
I'm
mistaken. It's missing from me. I am being truthful. I'm misinformed. You can't bring a bear there, though. They won't allow that. We're not going to have that.
We did try.
I just can't get over how fast a bear is. I've never believed that. Now, you got to realize, when I started in talk radio, they were doing wrestling bear contests. Dr. Jim Corey beat a bear. So I have that twice.
No. Only the second time.
Only the second time. It may have been a tie with the bear.
Radio
He
historian
came
Tom
back
over
for
there.
the second time after a loss. Dan, imagine that, and we did Birds of Prey the first day I was on the job, a remote. On your shoulder and all. And one of the hosts carried a concealed weapon. So that was my introduction, thank you, Irv Homer, to talk radio. All right, the Rich Zioli Show is next. Have a great Memorial Day. I'll be with you Monday, noon until 3. And again, remember Dave Koski today and this hero. We're on it. Rich is next here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its